Hi. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Before I begin my editing today, before I begin the old ed sesh, does who sent me? Okay, I was going crazy. Who sent me this? And who sent me this? Big cat law. Who sent me these? Because I felt like I was going absolutely nuts. Because I was like, I swear to God I did not order this. Or the big cat law. The big cat law was possible. Right? I was looking at the big cat law and I was like, okay, I think I ordered this. I don't know. This is something I would order. This? No, I would not order. Because, fun fact about me, I absolutely hate building things. I hate building things. So like I appreciate this, I really appreciate this, but just know I'm going to be recruiting Aaron to build this because he's the one that likes to build thingamabobs. I just like looking at them, right? I'll be happy to have a Baratier ship, but I am not building this. But yeah, I have a feeling, I have a suspicion of who ordered this, but I don't think they're in the chat right now. But Sanji and Zeph are so cute though, on this box cover. They're so cute. They are so cute. He's so little. He's so little next to Zeph. Make a stream out of it. You don't understand. You do not understand. I like, can you see what like that thing is there of like how you have to click it off, like the little, I just can't, I can't. Like, I can't do it. I cannot express how much I cannot do that. That is like, not in the sense of like, I'm just incapable of doing it. In the sense of I would rather like watch paint dry. I would rather like chew my own foot off. Like, I can't. It's that kind of task is the most unbearable task you could ever possibly imagine for me. I have no joy in that kind of task. But luckily there is someone in this house who does have that kind of joy. So I'll show that to Aaron and hopefully he'll be like, yippee, something to build because he loves building things. Anyways, hello. Hello. Alright, let's put the music on and let's get to editing. I did not play with Legos when I was a kid, no. I did not. The act of putting things together, I hate it. I hate it more than anything. Like scrapbooking and shit? Nah, I can't do it. I just cannot do it. Hi. But I still appreciate it though. And I will be getting Aaron to build that for me. my roommate, my beautiful roommate Aaron to be building that for me. And I will open the cat law when whoever ordered this. There's no way I ordered this. It couldn't have been me. Oh, that's Blueberry. Can you not see her? It's Blueberry, they can only see your butt. They can only see your butt bobbing. She doesn't care, she doesn't give a shit. She's looking at me though. They can only see your butt. You're blob baby to them. You're blobberry. She don't give a damn. Butt bang. Blue buddy. Bunghole. Bunghole blob. Where is Zoro? Oh, there he is. I mean, shithead. There's just no way I ordered that. Like, I'm now thinking, did I order that? The cat? But there's just no way. It wasn't me. Shut up, Strash. Do, 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 do. I slept for like way too many hours last night. I went to bed at about, I want to say 9 p.m. and I woke up at like 3 p.m. I don't know why I am so tired, sleepy. I don't know what's going on. And now I'm stressed because I gotta get to bed at a good enough time tonight so I can get up tomorrow and get ready for Daft Punk night. And I gotta figure out when that is. Like, what optimal time I should be waking up at. I love this stupid rat. Is it time to leave, Bobbing? It's nearly dinner time, so she's about to be a menace. Get out of here! He was the best guy around. What about all the murders? What murders? What murder? Oh my god, always in the way. Dude. What? Nino, that's a rat! Why is this music so loud? It's a rat! Rats are not ill. Rats are good. It wasn't the rats that spread the Black Plague. It was fleas! It was fleas! You could kill the rats, but the fleas were still everywhere. It wasn't the rats! It wasn't the rats! Those poor rats got such a bad rep. They got such a bad rat. Oh my god, they didn't deserve it.
Howdy do, boys!
I'm like the #1 rat defender. Rats have been shown to actually be pretty intelligent creatures, and cleanly and hygienic creatures as well. It is not a rat's fault if you leave open food out for them to take. Goddamn. Oh, I framed myself. Oh, Shanks! I make fun of Shanks because he fumbled. He's the Fumbletron. He deserves to be made fun of. How do you lose 2 bad bitches in your lifetime? Like, that's just insane work. I defend Shanks on the basis of he is a rat. What do I need to defend him from? I want to do a collab with Mama Jork. Me and Jork Show we've all been talking to each other. It's just time for all of us has been tough. Name every rat. Oh fuck. Shanks. Gemma. Chuchi? Oh, hi Bertha, it's been a while. You've missed some Mario parties. I mean, I honestly thought Shanks had backstabbed someone because his name is Shanks. And then I was half right. He kind of backstabbed Buggy. Not really. But like he did stab Buggy through the heart. Metaphorically, and I was like, oh, he did shank someone. Hee-hoo. Foily work. I was sold on rats when I found out that rats are like super cuddly and like compassionate. Like rats like can be trained and like being domesticated. Like they're training rats these days to sniff out like mines and bombs. Rats are doing that. Like they're cool. Like rats got because of the Black Plague, everyone thinks rats are like fucked up and dirty. They're not. It's like pigeons. Everyone thinks pigeons are fucked up and dirty. They're not. Pigeons are like super cleanly and also very sweet. I did see the video of the rat clenching its fist in rage. Also, rats can make a mean ratatouille. Animals are clean as long as they don't get close to the city. Interesting, you can say the same thing about humans. Hmm. The movie Ben. What? Eh. How's my day been? My day's just started. That's how my day has been. Yeah, we have rats. We not only have rats, we have possums as well. I don't see many rats. I see a lot of possums though. And we have cute possums, not your weird fucked up looking possums. You have opossums. We just have possums. All I know is I only found out those things were called possums because of Over the Hedge. Because Avril Lavigne voiced the daughter possum. That's the only reason I know that those things exist. Also, I found out something so super interesting over the course of this week. So, because of Instagram... Oh, I love bilbies. Bilbies are one of my favorite animals ever. But I found out through Instagram that rubber, right, comes from trees. And I found out it comes out, you know, like pure white. And I was thinking, oh, wow, Oda, you fucking madman, making Luffy, you know, making his form, his Gear 5 form where he's like full rubber, pure white. And I said that on Twitter.com, and the amount of people that were like, you didn't know rubber comes from trees, you didn't know this? And I was like, why the fuck does every single person but me know that rubber comes from trees? Call me crazy. For a long time, I thought rubber was like a chemical. Because it just feels like that, right? It didn't feel natural. So I was like, why does everyone know that rubber comes from trees except for me? I found out every single person who was telling me that they knew about rubber coming from trees, everyone was from like the Americas, whether it be, you know, North America or South America, every single one of them. And I was like, oh my god, it must be something that you're all taught, because someone else told me that apparently rubber trees are the most like are the most common tree in America. I had no idea. And I was like, this has got to be like a curriculum thing for like the Americas, like the continent, not just the States. Because I was like, why does everyone know this except for me? And then I found out it was just everyone from America, from the continent of America, knew this. And I was like, because I was like, I definitely was not taught this in school. I know for a fact I was not taught about this in school. And everyone who was telling me was like, I literally learnt about this in school. And I was like, bitch, I didn't. I never learnt about the rubber tree in school. I never learnt about the rubber tree. You're right, yeah, and I also found out they are from Brazil as well. Or they're commonly in Brazil. Or they originate from Brazil, or, you know, all that stuff. But yeah, so many people were telling me I learned this in school. And I was like, I definitely did not learn about this in school. And I was thinking, that's so interesting because what I learned in school, of course, was like Australian nature, right? Like, I learned specifically about, obviously, eucalyptus trees, gum trees. Something specific I remember learning about was mangroves. I know so fucking much about mangroves because of school. So when they went to Saboti in One Piece, and I was like, this is not realistic. Those mangroves would stink like fucking hell. Mangroves are disgustingly smelly. They smell disgusting. So I was like, I could yap about mangroves. I had no fucking idea about rubber trees. Well, I think a lot of people don't know I'm an Aussie, right? Or it's the American thing of, I learned this in the United States of America. Why don't you know it? Because we don't have the same education. Oh my god, help me. Help me. Either way, obviously there's a difference here. Hi! There's obviously a difference here in education. But yeah, mangroves are disgusting. They are so disgustingly smelly. I also lived around mangroves. Like, that was my shit. Hi, hi. How are we doing, everyone? You caught me just as I started. I was talking about rubber trees. And how, I said on twitter.com I didn't know rubber came from trees. And then everyone started making fun of me. Because apparently this is common knowledge in, like, the continent of America. It was not common knowledge to me. Alright. You gotta show me something. I'm a bit scared. I'm not gonna lie. I had a feeling you guys had mangroves in Florida. Are they fresh or saltwater mangroves? I feel like it's the saltwater mangroves that smell like hell. Well, I'm yeah, drop a link, go ahead. No, I don't think only Americans know, but I think for some reason it's more common information over in America. That rubber comes from trees. Let me open. Oh my god! Did you laugh when they handed this to you? Oh man! Where did they get this? Oh my goodness. Wow. God, I love fandom. I'm glad you had fun with that. Oh. Commissioned, wow. Look, people like Marco. I'm laughing. I have like a Sunji body pillow in the back and I'm laughing. Oh boy, my glass house is quite transparent.
Whack his pee-pee.
I think Rayleigh had a pretty good glow up, if you ask me. Farewell, Crash. I have to add more redeems. There's another one that I want to add that I keep not having the time or forgetting. I got so much sleep today. I got too much sleep. I slept from 9 PM to 3 PM. I woke up for like an hour and then I went back to sleep. At like 8 AM I woke up for an hour, went back to sleep. How much sleep is that? From 9 to 3? Aww. Life's been hard as a queer girl. You and me both, sister. You and me both. I'm glad. I'm glad to know I have made you happier. 12 hours of sleep, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with me. Am I dying? Am I dying? I need a minute to think about this. Oh my god, please. Sorry. Kidney failure. One of them is bad at math. Someone said 12, the other one said 16. Do 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 do. $9 PM to 3 PM, yeah. To be fair, the night before I'd only slept for like 5 hours. I think I was just catching up. I'm telling you, when I start weightlifting more and I start getting muscles, you better watch out. I get closer and closer to becoming Zoro every day. No, I woke up for like an hour and then I went back to sleep. 18! No way it was 18. That's ridiculous. Sleeping a lot is great for muscle growth. That cannot be true. Are you just saying that to make me feel better? That cannot be true. Oh god, maybe if I edit enough I can actually go. I keep neglecting going to the gym. It's not good. I need to go! But what about all the protein that I need to eat? What about all the raw eggs I digest? Thrash, why? Why? I didn't even say anything. Did you know raw milk is good for you and actually will not kill you? Food scientists in the chat, can you please confirm this? Because I am right. I still find it interesting how many different translations this chapter has. Because, like, it's not just the unofficials to the officials, it's also in other languages as well. They're all, like, wildly different. I really need to listen to what Stephen Paul said about this chapter, because I have a feeling it was just a weird one. Pick up Sunshi in a bridal carry. Fuck! I need a train to be able to do that. I think if I put my whole heart and soul into it, yes. I might hurt my back though. Well, now that I have lactase. Also, fun fact. So, for those who don't know, lactase is like the pill you can take to give your body back that like lactose enzyme. I looked it up to see if like, because the pill bottle says take 1 to 2 of these, and I was thinking, how many of these can I take a day though? It doesn't say that. So I looked up if like taking too many is like bad for you. Google assured to me, no, you cannot overdose on the lactose enzyme. Because your body will just naturally like remove it anyways. And I was like, oh, okay. Damn, I got too much of the enzyme in my body. So good to know you can chew lactase like candy, apparently. Did anyone else in their school have that like group of guys who would like, they chug milk and then they do like a fat tap, they call it, I think they called it fat tap, where they chug milk and then they try to like hit each other's stomachs and that would make them barf. Did anyone else have that group? That was you. You were those guys. Yeah. I went to a public school. Yeah, and punching each other after getting vaxxed. And they cover their arms and go, stop! Stop! Because they're trying to punch each other. God. Men do that because they don't know how to be affectionate with each other, so they just fight and punch each other and drink milk and make each other throw up by fat tapping each other. Not allowed to hug your homie, but you're allowed to punch them in their vaxxed arm. That is affection. Okay, Zoro. Hi, Zim. The funniest thing, look, even I would do this. The funniest thing is when someone got sunburnt. So, like, if you went on like a school trip or something, because a lot of Australian school trips consist of going to beaches or swimming, because Australia, and people would get sunburnt, of course, and then everyone would. Those were the best ones. I enjoyed those ones the most. You know what? Okay, this happened in high school. This still baffles me to this day. There would be some guys in high school, right? This is high school. who would just smear their shit on the wall in the bathrooms. Why? Like, the teachers were like making announcements like, stop smearing your shit on the wall. Why? No one knew. No one knew why anyone was doing that. No one knew who was doing it, and no one knew why it was happening. Yeah, poor janitors, right? Why? Like, to this day, I'm just baffled by that. I don't know. I want to say it's like they thought it was funny, like a peer pressure kind of funny thing. Like, dude, smear your shit on the wall, you know what I mean? But it was multiple, like it was definitely multiple guys. Like, high school at a zoo. No, it's just public school, which is essentially the same thing. I just, that kind of shit is what baffles me the most. Of like, are you an animal? What? Why? What is the goal? The girls at your school did it too. My god. Actually, something we did do in the girls' bathroom is we did enjoy wetting toilet paper and throwing it on the roof. Because it would stick there. Oh, we did have some people sticking pads on the walls. Oh my god, what is wrong with teenagers? Why? Are they all disgusting? Jesus. Hi. I don't know why I remembered this, but it just, to this day, why? Like, what? Why and for what? Something that did happen, and I remember this so well, is someone in another school made, do you know the burn book from Mean Girls? They made that. They made a burn book, and the burn book was for their school and for all the girls in their school. However, they also knew some of the girls in the school I was going to, so we had some girls in that burn book as well. And I don't know what was in there, but apparently it was like crazy shit because like so many people were getting in trouble. Like, it was so crazy that it even bled out into the other schools in the area. The burn book was basically just like a book where you'd put the person's name plus photo. Oh my god, this is loud. And then you'd write down like some terrible secret they had or something terrible they did. And like everyone that they found in that book actually had to be like sent to the principal's office of their respective school to then be asked about what was happening. Like, it was crazy. I never saw it, but we all knew it happened. High school was a hell of a time. High school was just a hell of a time. I had nothing significant happen to me in high school because, thank God, I just kind of sat in my own little friend group with my free Iwatobi swim club and Kuroko's basketball yaois and existed as I did. I've never played Katamari, but you are welcome. Will of Dreams, I'm reading that. I don't really have anything to say because it's kind of gone over my head, but I respect that you also have put thought into this and I am not crazy. Brigley, what privileged school did you go to have none of this happen? I bet you went to a private school. I bet you went to a pretty privileged little private school, huh? Actually, hang on, the funniest thing happened with my friends. The day before yesterday when I went to see them at the con. We were talking about, like, you know, we're continuing, the popular topic currently in my friend group is, do I have ADHD? Still undetermined, still have no idea, by the way. And they're all saying, because they all are neurodivergent, right? So they were all like, yeah, you definitely do. And then I turned to my other friend and I said, hang on, but you're not neurodivergent and I get along with you. And she said, yeah, but I have, like, brain damage. She said, yeah, but I have brain damage, sorry. Oh, and I went, well, I guess that settles that. It's so funny. I always make the joke because she's fine now, but she had a stroke like a few years ago and it made it so that, like, she didn't get enough, like, oxygen to her brain. So now she's got, like, permanent damage from that. And it's like, nothing seems different or anything. It's just, that's a fact that happened. She woke up from her coma that she was in. This was years ago. And then after that, she watched Naruto. And I said, I think I know why you watched Naruto. Why you watched Naruto. I love my friends. The extra damage. Believe it. But yeah, it is a popular topic now amongst the group. Oops, page 1133. Actually, something that America has that always makes me laugh, because this, like, sounds crazy to me. You guys have, like, a hunting season. And I know you guys have a hunting season, but I didn't realize hunting season was so widespread that, like, school gets let out for it. That is such an American thing. We don't have that at all. We don't have that at all. I have a friend who lives in the state of New York, and they get let out of school for hunting season to hunt, like, deer. Brigley, look at you. Absolutely, like, not worldly, not knowledgeable. Well, it doesn't happen to me, so it can't happen anywhere else. Yes, it does, Brigley. You're a dumbass. I know this for a fact because I have a friend that it has happened to. School gets let out early for hunting season in some places, and I was like, that is fucking crazy. That's just unheard of to me. Wabbit season. No, we didn't really lose against the bunnies because Queensland is rabbit free. So we won in that respect. The more I talk to Brigley, the more I understand that Brigley is like, because it's never happened to me, it's stupid. This is like how she was with Midsommar, the ending of Midsommar. She was like, it didn't make any sense. It just didn't make any sense. Because Brigley is unworldly. And ignorant in regards to what happens to other people in other places. That no place gets let out early for hunting season. No school gets let out for hunting season. Okay. Of course, of course. No, emus are cute. We do have a public holiday for horse racing here though, which I think is stupid. You know what does make you smart? Being able to multiply by 3 makes you very intelligent, apparently. Apparently you're a mathematician if you can do that. Well, see, I'm not a mathematician, so it doesn't bother me. Zim, you're just not a mathematician. I'll never feel like definitely. I gotta wonder what they say in classes now, because back in the day, they'd say, you know, you're not always going to be carrying a calculator with you, and of course now we do. What do they fucking say now? Like, kids have to be so annoying in math class now, because they'd be like, why do we have to know this off the top of our heads? We can just use it, like... Got our phones now. And they're right! Like, they're right! I always thought testing in general was stupid. Like, I always thought closed book tests were always stupid anyway, because in what situation will you be in? Like, a very rare case where you'll have no help from anyone around you. You'll have absolutely no resources from anyone around you. And you have to just do everything yourself. Like, that is an insane situation to be in. Granted, that can happen once or twice, but that is an incredibly rare situation to be in. Right? ChatGPT being like banned, that's acceptable because kids not writing their own essays, not even kids, like uni students not writing their own essays is concerning. And there was a uni professor that was like, why the fuck are you paying for a degree if you're not even going to learn the degree? And you're just going to give it to a robot? Like, what is the point then? It's not banned. Ugh. I bet my dad is very happy he's retired. My dad works in high school as a teacher. And he's retired this year. I bet he's very happy about that. Brigley, in what situation will I need, like, a scientific, like, science calculator math? We're talking basic math. Right? And what situation will I need to need more than just a basic calculator? Is my question. In a saw trap? Jigsaw, no! Like, if what I'm learning doesn't have anything to do with, like, you know, higher level math, what the fuck is the point? I understand Bebbing's having to, like, learn, like, their multiplication tables, right? And their divisions. I understand that because you're getting a basic concept of number, yes? But from that point on, I've never had to use algebra a day in my fucking life since I've been an adult. Oh, I'll be back. I gotta feed, I gotta feed Bobbing. Brr. God, Hayden dresses like a whore. His little warrior skirt, no shirt, cape, like damn. He's got so much leg out, so much thigh. That shit's crazy to me. Put that away. That's what Zoro could have worn. I'm actually kind of upset. Alright, what the fuck? I'm kidding. I actually love Zoro's outfit. Like, Zoro's is my favorite outfit next to Nami. Damn, his heels. Hayden is kind of giving cunt, I'm not gonna lie. The mini skirt, the thighs out, the heeled like knee boots, knee-high boots, the snatched waist belt with the cape and no shirt. He's kind of giving. I hate Roto because he can't serve. Yeah, God, Roto, maybe if you upped your fashion sense.
Ahmed Mohsin.
Oh, hello. Love the videos, Mel. This chapter had me crying. Hopefully Zoro will cry one day as well. God, so true. That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. That boy's gotta cry. I will not be satisfied until I see Zoro cry. Someone has to hold him. You know what I mean. I mean cry again. He cried once because of Mihawk and then he's never cried again. Queen never cry. Now he's fucked! Now he's fucked! Oh my god, he has to cry. It's pissing me off. It cannot- it just can't be good for- it can't be good for him! It can't be good for him. He has to let it out. What was I downloading? Queen never cry. Oh yeah, he cried as a kid, and he cried when Mihawk beat him. But he like, current day Zoro, no, he has not sobbed once, and it's upset me because it's like, he's gotta be bottling some crazy shit up. Like, he is not healthy. Like, mentally, this boy is not healthy. It's just clear to me. Because as I keep saying, when Zoro's upset, he just acts like a dickhead. And that is not what someone mentally healthy looks like. At all. Mihawk point blank traumatized him. It wasn't the Mihawk training. Since the Bartier, he hasn't shed a single tear. And again, I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think Oda presents that as a good thing. Mewing at Mary's dad. No, look, I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if Zoro's drinking problem is actually connected to mental things. Because we know the reason Sanji smokes, there's multiple reasons. One of them is because he wanted to look older, act older than he was. The other reason is when he's stressed. He smokes when he's stressed. Oda thinks about these things. So when I say, like, I feel like Zoro drinks to the extent he does because he's got some issues, that's very possible. Oda doesn't just add things willy-nilly. He tends to think about it. All of the Straw Hats were there when Saul and Robin met again. I mean, it screams of drink my problems away, doesn't it? Like, it's not crazy to think this is the reason Zoro drinks so much. Well, people are like, what about Jinbei? What about Jinbei? Jinbei's there for the sights. Thank you very much. Jinbei's admiring the beach. Thank you very much. No, but of course the obvious answer there is Jinbei is like, his maturity is very different. We know Jinbei is a much more mature and stable person emotionally to someone like Zoro. And we know this because of how Jinbei handled Luffy when Ace died. And even then, Jinbei cried for Luffy. No, we didn't see Jinbei's face. That's true. Yeah, Jinbei's there for the sights. I love that. I'm just here for the sights. Oh, he's so funny. And even then, we also know Jinbei's different in that regard because Jinbei was like, damn, poor Luffy, because Luffy was crying over Vegapunk. And Zoro went, "Pff, some old man, he shouldn't be crying over that." And Jinbei went, dude, what the fuck? Like, that was crazy. You know you've said something crazy when Jinbei is like, what is your problem? Like, Jinbei is like, what is your problem? God. Jinbei cried when Nami forgave him, and Jinbei also cried when Luffy was going through Ace's death. Oh yeah, and when Fisher Tiger died. Sorry, I'm counting like current day, not like past. Because those are like two different realms to me. But yes, also when Fisher Tiger died. I don't want to know what says you cry. Queen never cry. No, I need Zoro to sob. I need it to be ugly, ugly sobbing, snot dribbling, everything. Like, I genuinely think that can fix him. I honestly think that's what's leading up to his character, that he has to stop suppressing, like, this side of himself. Because he thinks that makes, like, him stronger to do that. But, like, there's just, it seems so clear to me he's just bottling so much shit up, and it's like, dude, you gotta let it out if you want to be a healthier person, if you want to be a stronger person. Like, as I keep saying, Oda clearly does not think crying is a weakness. He doesn't think crying is a bad thing. It's just very obvious if you read One Piece. Which is why when I pay attention to Zoro like this, it's what gets my attention. Why is Zoro one of the only Straw Hats that, like, since Mihawk, he has not shed a single tear in any moment? It just sticks out to me, and it's like, I really feel like it's building up to he has to stop suppressing this more soft side of himself that we know he has as well. His closed eye is always crying. The comment about Luffy crying over Vegapunk to me was Zoro felt bad. As I keep saying, we've seen again and again and again, when Zoro is upset, he's a dick. Because he doesn't know how to control or understand or, like, I suppose, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, his emotions, he doesn't know how to deal with them. So when he's upset, he's a dick. He was a dick to Chopper when Chopper was crying, and and again, in a sense, that did help Chopper, but it felt clear to me that he was upset Chopper got taken, and he was also upset that Chopper thought Chopper would just not be saved in the moment as well, right? With Foxy. Like, it felt like two things were going on there. Zoro was upset Chopper was taken from them, and then the other thing is Zoro was upset that Chopper didn't believe that they'd get him back as well. And instead of being like, Chopper, it's okay, it was, why are you crying? And it's like, holy fuck, don't be such a dickhead about it. And then of course the other one was the Water 7 with Luffy and Zoro, when Zoro was like, no, you can't, blah blah. Like, what Zoro was saying was right, but it was also saying it in such an aggressive way. Like, we see the differences between Zoro and Sanji, because Zoro's going, no, I'm gonna leave, you're not gonna be my captain anymore. And everyone's going, oh my god, Zoro, why are you being such a dickhead? And Sanji in the moment said, well, he is right. So it's like, we see the difference between Zoro acting out because he's upset in this moment, even though he's speaking logically. And then we have Sanji, who was much more tender about this situation and going, he is correct. So it's like, we see the differences between them, right? Zoro was upset in the moment, and we also know he was upset because he didn't want to leave Usopp behind either, and we know that. But again, he was upset, so he was acting much more aggressive than usual about it. Then we get to Zoro, where, yeah, Sanji left, exactly. Sanji left, Zoro was clearly very upset that Sanji had left, and instead of being like, wow, I'm upset that Sanji left, it was, fuck him, we don't need him, get rid of him, he's useless. And then, to hammer the point in, we have Luffy saying to Zoro, you're upset, aren't you? You're worried about Sanji. Because he was worried about Sanji, but he didn't want to voice that he was upset, so he just acted like a dickhead. He's done this multiple times. He acts like a dick when he's upset because he doesn't know how to, like, control that, or he doesn't know how to process those, like, feelings, because he's a big manly man. He shouldn't be upset, you know? He should only be thinking logically, but of course logics can only get you so far, especially in a situation where you feel emotionally upset about the situation. You can think about it as logically as you want. Fact of the matter is, you are still feeling upset. You are still feeling vulnerable. It doesn't matter how much you logic out the situation. You have to work through those emotions, right? Zoro just can't do that. Like, he can't figure that out. And then we get to Vegapunk, and then we get to Egghead, and Zoro is clearly upset at the fact that A, Vegapunk had died, and that has made everyone upset, not just Luffy. B, Zoro did have a struggle with Lucci, right? Zoro didn't work to the best of his abilities in Egghead. And I'm not saying this to roast him. I'm not saying this to be like, oh, Zoro's weak. I'm saying Zoro is better than that. I do fully believe, yes, he could have taken out Lucci on his own without Jinbe's help in good time. But something is happening with him. There's something wrong with him right now. So he was clearly upset at multiple things in that situation. The fact that Vegapunk had even died, right? Clearly, to me, is something Zoro isn't happy about. Like, they should have been better than that. He should have been better than that to help save Vegapunk. Zoro wasn't where he needed to be in Egghead. He was the one that they had to go back and get and wait for him to get on the ship, right? And that was the issue. Also, no, he didn't show way more emotions pre-time skip. That is false. That is negative. He did not show more emotions pre-time skip. Never. He's showing the exact same amount of emotions in the time skip. He is. It's just now he's in this area of, I have to be less vulnerable. I have to be stronger because of shit that happened to him. Because of Kuma, because of Mihawk, because of Marineford and how he couldn't be there in Marineford. Multiple things have happened to him. And now he's starting to push it down more. And it's very clear to me that this is what's happening, right? So what I'm seeing is, I'm seeing that Zoro is pushing down his emotions, his vulnerabilities, because he thinks that makes him weak, right? He showed more emotion pre-Mihawk. That is correct. And can you see what's happening here? Every time Zoro goes through a big event, he starts to feel a bit more closed off because he thinks he has to be stronger due to the event that he has gone through. And Zoro's idea of strength is less emotion, less vulnerabilities. But that's not the case at all. If anything, it's piling more onto him, right? The weight on his shoulders gets heavier and heavier and heavier. Like, this is, to me, what's been happening. He's still empathetic. Zoro is still empathetic. Like I said, he just can't process it. Currently, he's bad at processing it because he's stuffing up from time to time. Every time Zoro stuffs up, he freaks out. Such as Punk Hazard as well. Punk Hazard's another example. When he heard that Luffy lost against Caesar, that freaked Zoro out. Because he then had doubts of himself. Because Luffy is above him. This is why he follows Luffy, right? So him hearing Luffy lost made Zoro have insecurities of his own strength in that moment. And he freaked out. And he was upset that he was freaking out because he should be better than this. And he yelled at Luffy, "What the fuck? Get yourself together. This is the new world," right? And we know that this was Zoro pushing himself because Sanji said Zoro's so hard on himself. He's so tough on himself. It's just there all the time. Zoro is not less emotional. He's just acting out more because he thinks he should be less emotional. But he is as emotional as he always has been. He's just trying to push it down. Zoro is not stoic. That is something he puts on. This is fake. This is fake news. Zoro has never been stoic. He never has been. He never will be stoic. He just thinks he needs to be stoic. But we see it come out. We see that he is not naturally like this. But he thinks he has to be. Hence why, when we look at Sanji and how these two are the wings, right? One of them is trying to desperately keep their emotions. The other one seems to see his emotions as a liability, as a vulnerability that he doesn't want. So we've got one guy that is like, my emotions make me who I am. I can't lose this. We've got another guy who is like, my emotions are causing me to fuck up, to not be strong. Can you see like the circle that's happening here? Like, Zoro is not a stoic guy. This idea that in the time skip, he's just not emotional anymore. He doesn't smile anymore. That is fake. That is false. I know this because I read through all of the time skip knowing that someone said that to me. And I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? Read through the time skip again if you think Zoro doesn't emote. He emotes. He emotes plenty. He's still a very emotional guy. You just think he's not emotional because he acts like a dickhead when he's being emotional. Right? He's always been empathetic. He just shows it in different ways because he doesn't know how. He doesn't know how to figure this shit out. He is bad with his emotions. He's very bad with his emotions. So, this is why Zoro is so interesting. Yes, he is actually that interesting. It's just, this is so clearly to me what Zoro's character is supposed to be. It's this, he's reaching for this idea of strength, but what is his idea of strength? His idea of strength is no vulnerabilities, no emotions, right? There's nothing. We are overdue for a Zoro crash out, and that's why Lucci and Zoro and Egghead, that is the start. He is starting to snowball. Lucci clearly got to him in Egghead. Lucci fucked him up. He was struggling against Lucci. I even talk about it in my Zoro video that I'm making. But there's like there's a clear insecurity there for Zoro, and his insecurity is not being strong enough. He clearly thinks he needs to be stronger all the time, and that's giving him this push of like anxiety that he has to be better than this. Like, Zoro is a perfectionist. I need to be better. I need to be stronger. He can't just celebrate a win. He has to then be, okay, but I have to be better for next time. I gotta be better for next time. When he beat Mr. One, it wasn't just, oh cool, I cut through metal, I cut through steel. It was then, I have to be able to do that at any time. He couldn't even celebrate the fact that he cut through metal, right? Constantly Zoro is working to be better because he thinks where he is now isn't good enough, right? He has insecurities that he just needs to keep being better, and it's not in a healthy way. So now he's hitting a point where he's kind of taken a step back, and Lucci has scared him. Lucci clearly freaked him out. Lucci could also see that he was freaking Zoro out because Lucci kept talking to him and kept getting in his head. And it was clearly getting to Zoro. And you know why we know it got to Zoro? Because we saw that when Sanji said to Zoro, oh my god, get your fucking head in the game, he took Lucci out in like a second. He didn't really take him out, but he got him on his knees, right? So clearly something is holding Zoro back for that to happen. We saw that Zoro had the ability all along to be able to get to Lucci and to have the upper hand there. But through that whole fight, until Sanji stepped in, Zoro didn't have the upper hand. So something's going on. There is something going on with him. He's got a wall that he has to get through right now. Right? Like, Zoro's interesting. I promise he's interesting. Like, I pay so much attention to Zoro because, like, he has this, like, stoic persona, but he's not like that. He just doesn't want to voice his issues and his problems that he has, and that's, in the end, restricting him from, like, the strengths and the heights that he can reach. I mean, Sanji and Zoro, like, this is why I always say Sanji and Zoro were made to parallel each other. Point blank, they were made to parallel each other. They, like, we even now know that Oda did make Zoro and Sanji together. Their drafts were Ruma and Romeo, and obviously these two were Zoro and Sanji. He has made Zoro and Sanji to be two sides of the same coin. Always has been, right? So whenever something is happening to Sanji, you look at Zoro. Whenever something is happening to Zoro, you look at Sanji. This is even backed up by what happened in Wano, what happened in Egghead. When Sanji was getting fucked up with his emotions, who did he call? He called Zoro. When Zoro was struggling against Lucci, who kicked him into gear? It was Sanji. Like, this is not me being a delusional yaoi shipper. They do have connections to each other through their characters, through the parallels, through their foils. Like, this is how they've been created. I can't wait for the Zoro video that I'm making. This is not the Zoro video, obviously, but I'm so excited for it because I just, like, it made me realize so much about him. I'm a delusional yaoi shipper. How do I think that parallels connect to Luffy in terms of being his wings? Well, I said it in the wings video. That one of them is like the down-to-earth strength and the other one is like the up in the air, like dreamer. Zoro and Sanji both have a different idea of strengths. Sanji's idea of strength is keeping those emotions, is believing in the unbelievable. Zoro's idea of strength is having that head on his shoulders, a physical like strength that he has to be able to be the best, right? That's Luffy. Sanji's got Luffy's desire for the unbelievable, for the One Piece to be real, for those dreams to be a reality. Zoro's got Luffy's physical strength, right? His logical, down-to-earth like strength, I guess. Like, together, Zoro and Sanji push Luffy to be like the pirate king that he is, because it takes two things to be pirate king. It takes that physical strength and it takes that will to believe, right? It takes a dreamer, and that's what Zoro and Sanji are together. Masculine and feminine energy. I have not heard about the translator reasons, no. But yeah, this is why Zoro and Sanji are equals together. As I always say, what is the point? What is the point of having wings if one is bigger than the other? You can't fly that way. So of course they have to be equals. You're welcome. I'm glad I'm your brain rot. Anyways, I like Zoro. Do you see what I mean when I say I like Zoro? I do like him. I pay so much attention to him because he's so interesting to me. I hate you. I know you're fucking with me. I am not answering that. That is true. Yeah, Zoro was impressed by Luffy's strength and Sanji was impressed by Luffy's dream. That is very true. I mean, Sanji is very fast now, isn't he? Sanji's like a fly, like a mosquito. I don't know if they'll get it like with Imu. I don't know if they'll get any kind of moment, but I do know that Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji, the three of them will definitely be having more moments together. And I am still waiting for because we know that Zoro and Sanji are the wings. Like we know this. It's been confirmed by Oda himself, as in an SBS he said Zoro and Sanji are Luffy's wings. What gets me is in the manga, we've only got confirmation of Sanji. As Robin said, Sanji is one of the wings. So I'm waiting for Zoro to get that confirmation. Because he must, right? Like, it's one thing for Oda to say it in an SBS. It's another thing for it to be said in story. For Zoro to be labeled the other wing. Because we know he is. And I have a feeling that it's going to be Brook that says Zoro is the second wing. Because I have a feeling it's the Thriller Bark group. Because Robin saw Sanji and Kuma and Zoro at Thriller Bark. Well, she didn't see it, but she heard it. And Brook is the one who saw the whole thing, right? He saw the whole damn thing. And that was one of the reasons that made him want to join the Straw Hats, because of the connection that he saw between this crew. So Robin announced Sanji as one of the wings in canon story. And now I'm waiting for Brook to announce Zoro as the second wing, or you know, the other wing, not second. You shouldn't say second; that'd piss people off. But as one of the wings, right? But so it's like I'm waiting desperately for that other wing to be confirmed, because we know Oda has called Zoro and Sanji the wings, so it just has to happen now. I mean, Zoro and Sanji have had moments that have made them stand out. Such as always fighting the wings of the captains and the crews that they fight. Like, Queen and King were Kaido's wings. We know this. That was the parallel between Queen and King fighting Zoro and Sanji. Wings who don't respect each other versus wings who do respect each other. Like, they are literally called King and Queen. Well, people have this idea that because Zoro and Sanji are the wings, well, all the other crew members have to be something else, right? No. They don't. They're not like building a Mega Man or something, right? They're not building one huge giant with like wings. It's just that Zoro and Sanji are the wings of the Pirate King. And the crew is Luffy's family. Family and crew, right? Mega Man. Chopper is the meal. Luffy's bobbies. the legs of the meat. Look, all I know is when Robin first was like, Sanji's one of the wings of the Pirate King, the amount of people that were denying for their fucking lives that, like, Zoro's the other wing because they don't want Zoro and Sanji to be equals. Like, they were so, like, they were fighting for their lives. If you look through the comments of my Wings video, there are so many people saying, actually, it's just Sanji. Actually, it's not Zoro. Actually. There were so many people in my Wings video in the comments arguing Zoro's not a wing because they don't want Zoro to be equals with Sanji. Like, this is the agenda piece brain rot. Just absolutely ruining their like the narrative of the story for these people. They just didn't want to accept that Zoro and Sanji are equals in regards to where they stand next to Luffy. And it was so frustrating. The official translation had Robin say the wings, but what gets me is even in English that makes grammatical sense. To say like the wings, meaning one of. But Stephen Paul even said they had to say that, or he added that because it was too clunky. One of the wings of. But we've had it confirmed multiple fucking times that yes, she was saying one of the wings. Sanji isn't both of the wings, and you'd get ridiculous comments like, well, Zoro must be the talons. Zoro must be the beak. Zoro must be like, you know, something else related to birds. And it's like, no, you idiots. Why are you so opposed to them being equals? It's just unbelievable to me. Like, I had people in the comments of that video saying, your video is outdated. You're wrong. Because actually, it's only Sanji who's the wings. And I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. You people really don't want Zoro and Sanji to be on the same level. Like, at all. It's just insane to me. Like, I'm the delusional one. And yet, these guys refuse to accept that Zoro and Sanji have this parallel, this foil, this metaphor together. Because they just don't want Sanji and Zoro to be on the same level. Like, it drives these people nuts when you say Zoro and Sanji are equals. They argue to fucking hell and back. This is why this Jinbei Monster Trio thing has been such an annoying thing. Because it's nothing to do with they respect Jinbei's strength. It's everything to do with we just want to remove Sanji from the situation. Because we just don't like him. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with them respecting Jinbei and his strength. It has everything to do with the fact that they just don't want Sanji to be on the same level as, like, Zoro, or God forbid, Luffy. They just don't want it to be the thing. What they want is they want Luffy and Zoro to be the wings. For who? I don't know, but they want Zoro and Luffy to be the equals. It can't be Sanji. How dare it be Sanji? Like, they just don't like Sanji. That's all it comes down to. Like, agenda piece can be fun. But the reason I have such a... Although it happens with shipping as well, but the reason I have such a about it is because I have seen it ruin the story for some people. I have seen it overtake some people's minds in regards to how they read One Piece. And then they just don't like parts of One Piece because it ruins their agenda. It's happened so many times. And it's like... And again, it can do that with shipping as well. This is why I always say power scaling, or I guess at this point, agenda piece and shipping piece. It's the same thing! It's the same fucking thing. If you take it to extremes, you're going to ruin the story for yourself. That's it. That's all it comes down to. Well, it's also like how I keep saying Vivi's gonna join, Vivi's gonna join. And you know what I get in response when I say that? Well, she's too weak. That is the agenda brain rot. That is the agenda brain rot. Point fucking blank. What do you mean? Like, You say to these people, Luffy doesn't recruit on strength. He never has. And he never will. And you still have people saying, this character cannot join because they're too weak. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, actually, what are you talking about? That is brain rot. That is absolute brain rot for agenda for power scaling. That you think someone can't join the crew because they're too weak. Are we watching the same series? Are we reading the same damn series? Do you see how ridiculous this is? If anyone says a Straw Hat can't be a Straw Hat because they're too weak, they are brain rotted. They have been totally brain rotted, and they clearly do not understand the Straw Hats or Luffy or the narrative. It drives me nuts. Anyways. Look, I am so convinced it's going to be Vivi. I will honestly be shocked if Vivi is not the last member. Because it's just everything is pointing to Vivi. Every single thing is pointing to Vivi. She's become, like, insanely story relevant now to such an insane degree. I wish they were just 13-year-olds, but I know for a fact they're not. Like, I know they're not. I wish they weren't, but I know they're not. Vivi's the ruler of Alabasta, but she cannot go back to Alabasta. She cannot possibly go back to Alabasta. The fact that she is signaling to the Straw Hats right now means she needs them. Because she is currently wanted by Imu. Imu is the most powerful person in the world. If she goes back to Alabasta, she is endangering the country. Not only that, she becomes a sitting duck. We know for a fact Alabasta can function without Vivi. Or without Cobra, because currently what's happening to Alabasta right now? Both Cobra and Vivi left Alabasta to go to the Reverie. The whole time they've been gone, Alabasta has been running fine, right? We know that Vivi being in Alabasta is not essential to Alabasta, but what we do know is if Vivi goes back to Alabasta, not only is she fucked, Alabasta's fucked. Like, she cannot be discovered by Imu right now because she will be in big trouble. But also, here's the thing. Vivi is strong. She was in Baroque Works as a top member since she was 14. We haven't seen her fight much, that much is true, but it's because when she was with the Straw Hat, she didn't have to. But yes, Vivi is very capable. She is incredibly capable. We know this. It's just because people haven't seen her take out Mr. Macho Man. They think she's not capable. Vivi is incredibly capable. They always underestimate Vivi. Vivi was a top member of the Baroque Works. Baroque Works. By the time she was 14. She is incredibly capable. People just totally underestimate her. She's clever like Nami and like Usopp. Yeah, and Luffy does not have... And here's the thing. Let's say Vivi does have to fight someone bigger than her, like someone from the Blackbeard Pirates. Here's what's gotta happen. If the plot calls for them to win, they will win. Yes, it'll be within the confines of, like, the story and what's possible. But Oda will give her a way to win. Because it's a narrative! How many times do I have to say this? If Vivi is in a situation where she has to win, Oda will make it possible for her to win. Yes, Oda can pull out anything he wants to make Vivi win. It's that simple. It's a fucking narrative. She doesn't have to be this ultra macho, jacked, crazy fighter to have to win anything. If Oda wants her to win, she can win. It's that simple. As ridiculous as it is, that is what Oda can do. In the same way, yes, Zoro should have been able to defeat Lucci, but he didn't because the plot called for Zoro to be unable to defeat Lucci by himself. Right? It doesn't matter how macho Vivi is. It doesn't matter at all. If Vivi is in a situation where the plot calls for her to win, Oda will make her win. There is no such thing as plot armor. That is not a thing. It's called a narrative. It's called a story. Plot armor is something power scalers use when they're upset that their big man hasn't won a fight that like they should. That is not plot armor, that's a narrative. And it drives me absolutely nuts. That's like saying fucking Frodo had plot armor because he was a little hobbit and he somehow snuck by God, what was that fella's name? You know, big scary ring guy. It's a narrative. It doesn't matter how strong Vivi is right now. Oda is writing a narrative. Like, I don't care about power scaling. I don't care about a gender piece. What I care about is how this is rotting people's brains. About how people will argue back and forth about, but this. It doesn't matter. It's a narrative. Why do I have to explain this like I'm in English class? Like, it's unbelievable to me. It simply doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Yes, it is within the confines. Yes, if, like, Vivi defeated Mihawk, that would be fucking weird. Yes, it has to be within some kind of confines. But if Oda makes it so, he's made it so. It doesn't have anything to do with fates, power levels, blah, 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 blah. It just doesn't matter. It's about the narrative. If Oda wants Vivi to beat someone, she will beat someone. The same way he does it with Usopp, in the same way he does it with Nami, in the same way he does it with Chopper. If they have to beat someone, they will beat someone. It's a plot. It's a story. It's a narrative. It's just that simple. I don't know why this is still an argument. But yeah, every time I hear that, but she's weak, she can't join the crew. Shut up. What are you reading? I don't understand what you're reading. And they're fictional too. It's the fact that even Stan Lee, Mr. Marvel himself, got angry at this and was like, stop sending me messages about who would win in a fight. It's whoever I say will win in a fight. There is a video of Stan Lee getting angry at this and saying, stop fucking asking me who's gonna win in a fight. It's whoever I say will win. Like, it's crazy. Stanley did say that. I can even send you the video. It's one of my favorite videos ever. Here you go. This is like my favorite. Because I was like, oh, thank fucking God he said this. It's the way he said, it's so simple. Anyone should know this. Like, he's pissed. He's how I feel right now. If customers had a say in the story, then One Piece wouldn't be what it is. If customers had a say in the story, Gear 5 wouldn't have existed. The way you're thinking about a narrative is you're thinking about it business-wise. Oda does not write One Piece like that. customers do not have a say in the story. No, they have a say on if they want to keep reading the story. But if you write your story with what the customer wants, you're ruining your own story. You're completely fucking it up. The customers, the readers, the audience, they don't know what they want. They think they know. This is like a popular misconception. They have no idea what they want. If they got what they wanted, the story would be absolute bullshit. Like, what if Zoro beat Kaido? You should not be writing your stories with the idea of business at all. If your customer doesn't like your story, guess what? They're gonna stop reading it. But you should not be changing your story because your audience is telling you to. Like, the reason we have One Piece is because Oda doesn't bend to what people want him to do. Which is why One Piece is as good as it is. I mean, didn't the Hero Academia guy release a new chapter of Hero Academia because apparently so many people hated the original ending and now it's like worse? Like, I'm sorry, as a writer, stick to your guns. Like, I do not think you should be changing anything, adding anything just because of audience outcry. If you do that, it screams to me that you were insecure about your ending to begin with. You should not be bending to your audience. You should be getting inspiration, but bending to them, no. At the end of the day, when you're writing a story, you are writing that story for you, or you will lose your love for the story. You will lose what you love doing, what you love writing, because it won't feel like your story anymore. Like, I stand by, you should not let the audience change your story, ever. Yes, you can get inspiration from your audience, but you should not change anything because of your audience. Like, when it comes to Oda has said he knows exactly how he wants to end his story. That's the confidence of a writer, you know? He added Gear 5 and he said, I know some people will not like Gear 5. I know Gear 5 is going to be met with some backlash. I don't care. I'm going to write Gear 5 the way I want to write it. I'm going to write One Piece the way I'm going to write it. And in my opinion, Gear 5 is one of the best, like, additions ever to Luffy to One Piece ever. So if Oda bent to the will of the audience, Gear 5 would not exist. My full opinion is you should never bend to the will of your audience ever. You should, at the end of the day, be writing to for what you want to write. Otherwise, you lose your own love for your own series because it feels like you're writing for someone else. And when you do that, you're losing your passion. Like, you think Oda made One Piece because he was like, yeah, I'm gonna get super rich. No, he made it because he wants to tell this story. And just every time I hear, well, you should make what your audience want, that's business brain. That's like what has brought us into this AI slop era. You should never write to what your audience wants. You should always write to what you want to do. Like, if Oda or if any writer wants to write what the audience wants, take commissions. That's what commissions are for. Oh! Excuse me? I make what you want? How dare you? Well, those are my commissions. All I know is if you write an ending and you stick to your guns and you don't falter in your ending and you're confident with your ending, I guarantee you people will warm up to that ending and they'll go, actually that wasn't that bad. But if you change it or if you bend to audience wills, suddenly they're going, see, I told you it was bad. I told you it was bad. And it's like, oh god. But of course, you also do have to be a good writer, right? It's not just that. So true, Rig. So true, actually. Wait, let's ask him. I think there's a difference between inspiration and bending to someone else's will, is the thing. What am I looking for? Blush. I see. Praise thing, it's once in a blue moon. In Japanese, praise is a word that sounds blunt, translated directly in English, but isn't really that strange in Japanese. Yeah, so it is a translation issue. Or it is a like a difficulty. Because I am always interested to hear about Stephen Pool's process, because he puts a lot of thought into what he does. Oh yeah, you must meet your own fantasy world rules, but that's not bending to the audience's will. That's just being a good writer. Like, that's different. There's a difference between making an ending that does make sense to your own writing and, I'm just gonna do what the audience tells me to do. Like, you do also have to be a good writer. I'm hoping that Bonnie and Kuma and Lilith are going to be like a 3. Because those 3 are connected, and I'm hoping that like we have Bonnie going like, look dad, look at Elbaf, look at what we're seeing, because remember Bonnie and Kuma, the whole thing is they just wanted to see the world together. So I'm hoping that like Kuma's humanity starts to be restored through their dream is slowly coming true as they're seeing a place like Elbaf together. Oh, did I say? What did I say? I didn't mean to say trio, yeah. Praise is something seen as religious. See, he had my same thought. I thought so, because that's what I was saying. I was saying I can see why praise wasn't picked, because I would immediately think of something religious in context to One Piece. So this is what I mean. He very clearly thinks about these things, because I would have thought that. If I saw the title, I would have been like, praise? Like, God? Like, Gear 5? What? I thought so, yeah. Oh my god, I'll be Loki, you guys be my stink men. I wouldn't say it's hypocritical to use bless you because that's in the context of the scene. Like, bless you for staying alive, bless you for doing this, bless you for doing that. But when you open the chapter and you see the title praise, like, there's a difference there. We don't have a context for that because it's the title of the chapter. So immediately you're going, what? Like, I personally didn't have an issue with the bless you thing because, again, that sounds like to me, that sounds like what my grandma would say to me. That sounds like older people speak, saying, oh, bless you, honey. Like, that didn't feel out of place to me. But opening to a title that would say, praise me, it's just, that's heavy. That just feels a bit, what? Are we getting into gods? Like, I can see why Steven made that choice because I even said it. That praise just feels religious. This is not copium. I literally said the same thing before I even knew Steven said any of this. That is not copium. Oh my god, stop calling it copium when I have given my reasonings before I've even heard why he said any of this. You can't call it copium just because I am thinking logically in this situation. Like, I don't agree with the title Nice Things either. I also think that's odd. I like the French title. That was, what was it again? It was, I want you to thank me or something. Or I want you to praise me. It was something like that. I agree much more with the French title than I do with the unofficial or the officials in English. But if the title is just praise me, there is a religious connotation there. Especially with One Piece and how they talk about gods. Especially in Elbaf! That is not copium, and I said it before I even knew Steven said that. I'm not saying the scans are worse in this situation. I'm saying that I think both of them had troubles this time around. But also, you know the reason I have an issue with the scans is because they come out before the officials. I wouldn't have this opinion of the scans if they didn't come out before the fucking officials. I want there to be two versions of translation. I want there to be. But why does it have to come out before the officials? It's so frustrating. Right? Like, I want to be able to acknowledge the unofficials. But I can't because they are ruining the fucking livelihoods of the people who do this as a job. And they are not seen as like anything good to a creator like Oda, to the Japanese fan base who are begging us to stop it. Like, I'm sorry, I find it hard to want to give that any credit when they're just nothing but damaging. Maybe if they released it after the officials, I could have more of a good conversation about this. But they don't. So no, I do not want to praise something that is ruining the literal livelihoods of the people that work on this manga. Of a fandom that is saying, can you stop releasing this shit before the officials? It's ruining the release date for everyone. Like, yes, I want to be able to read the unofficials and be like, oh, that's interesting. All I'm seeing is, can you guys stop fucking releasing this before the officials? It's so frustrating, okay? Like, it makes me not want to care about it. Like, I think I am allowed to think that. You're ruining it. It's true. Either way, every time Stephen Poole does something, right? Every time he does something, we at least get his reasoning for it. He at least tells us what this is about. It's not, oh, I just picked this because, right? It's not, he just chucked it out there. He actually gives his thoughts and reasonings for this is the translation process. That is not a copium thing. That is me going, that makes sense. Because he knows more than me. He probably knows more than you. Unless you speak Japanese. He probably knows what he's doing more than you do. More than I do. So at this point, unless we have the unofficial translators going, here's why we picked this, why would I care? It's the transparency, right? Like, I'm simply seeing a lot more dedication put into the officials than I am in the unofficials. The unofficials just scream of, like, slop, right? Thank you, Poostain Deluxe. I love saying your name. It's true, there is a religious connotation there, especially regarding One Piece and giants and sun gods. They kept mentioning gods in One Piece. If I opened it up with, if I opened that chapter up to praise me, I would think, okay, we're getting into gods. I think a lot of people just, they read the chapter, so then they didn't think about the title, and it's like, but that is a weird title. In English, that is a strange title. But yeah, don't get me wrong, I keep saying I love having two sources of translation, okay? But this is the rare instance at this point in time where this chapter seems to obviously be pretty difficult to translate. If we even have Steven saying, yeah, this one was tough to have to figure out the wording for, that doesn't make the unofficials any better. There's just a choice of what you prefer to read in that point. Same with me. But I'm sorry, I'm going to always pick the one that is better for the manga industry and the people working in it than the one that is quite literally ruining the livelihoods of the people working on this shit. It's just a fact, right? And again, the fact that, yes, Stephen Poole, 90% of the time, does a very good job. It's just a fact. It frustrates me so much. Like, I don't want to praise something that is ruining the livelihoods of these people. And again, we know that. We know it. I don't know why people argue about this to such an extent. No, it's not. No, it's not. Yes, it is. It is. It always has. Why do I have to keep saying this? People who work in translation, who work in localization, are telling us this is ruining our jobs. I've had it. Why don't Shonen Jump, why don't Shueisha do something about it? They are. They're sending people to jail. Oh my god, I just hate this conversation. And it's like I always have to have it. Anyways. But yeah, look, the fact of the matter as well is they fucked up. The unofficials fucked up their translations like 5 times. 5 chapters running. They were just making shit up. 5 chapters running. They were absolutely fucking up the translations. 1 chapter doesn't make up for fucking anything. Why is it that 1 chapter people are saying is better and suddenly it's, oh, fuck the officials? Do you know what I mean? Like, You're kidding me. It's not like Stephen Poole did bad work. It's just that some people didn't agree with his choices this time around. But he wasn't making shit up. He wasn't just adding in random words. TCB are not consistent all the time. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. At the end of the day, it's a choice, an opinion between what people prefer to read. That's the point. It's just, I wouldn't have these opinions if they came out after the officials. The official One Piece scans are not bad. I don't understand where this opinion has come from. Ever since I found out that people have a bias to the officials because of stuff like Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm starting to understand where this is coming from. I have so many people that are telling me, oh, but the TCB just reads better. I will read the TCB scans and then I'll read the officials. I'll be so honest, I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about. In my opinion, the officials read better. And again, this is not like a biased thing. I just think it's because people read it first. They think this reads better. I think it has nothing to do with the translation. I think it has everything to do with the fact you are reading this first, so you have in your heads, this is better. Oh, in comparison to One Piece scans, right. Like, I honestly don't know where you guys are getting TCB reads better. I really don't. I don't think they do. Sometimes they just sound ridiculous. TCB was the one that said, that had Sanji saying, Zoro, I need you to put me down. The officials is the one that had Sanji saying, Zoro, I need you to kill me. And you're saying that the officials don't read better in that situation? Really? Like, I don't understand where this is coming from. I honestly think it's just a bias against the officials. I don't think it has anything to do with readability. I think it's you're reading it first, and I think it's people just have a bias against the officials. That's it. I don't think it has anything to do with readability. In fact, the TCB scans were so bad for the previous chapter that you had fucking Pew Piece say, maybe you guys should read the officials this time around, because TCB totally fucked it up. Like, what? How are we still having this argument? I just honestly think it's because it comes first, and you guys just don't want to wait. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with readability. If you want to talk about copium... TCB made up full just sentences with Loki in chapter 1132. They just made up so much shit, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, was it 1131? I think it was 1131. All I know is whenever I have Japanese speakers talking to me regarding the scans, they tend to say, yeah, the officials are the best. I mean, everyone could laugh tale different things back in the day, only because Oda refused to elaborate for a reason. The biggest change that the officials had was Stephen Poole. So the start of One Piece was bad. And you know what people use for a better translation for the beginning of One Piece? They used Stephen Poole's translations before he was hired by Shonen Jump. So when Stephen Poole was working outside of Shonen Jump, people are going, oh yeah, his translations are the best. Now that he's in Shonen Jump, suddenly it's no, it's just bad. It's an official bias. Like, it's a bias against the officials. People just don't want to like them because that's the officials. And even though we have total transparency with Stephen Poole, saying why he can't change things like Zolo, explaining why he picks what he picks, saying how these differences in these words make it difficult to translate sometimes, we still have people not wanting to agree with the officials. And it's like, we have so much more transparency with the officials than we do with TCB. So much more. And that's why this is so frustrating. We have everything we could possibly want currently with the officials. The only thing that would make this better is if the unofficials came out after the officials. That's it. That's all I'm asking for. And then maybe there'd be more of a chance. But currently, the unofficials are just rushed. They are rushed and they're like desperate to get this shit out. And you can feel it. Like, no matter whenever I read the unofficials compared to the officials, I really don't know why people say the unofficials read better. I just have no idea where this comes from. Because they just don't to me. I have no idea where it comes from. It just seems like a total bias. Look, to me it just screams of I don't want to read the officials. I say it all the time. We are so fortunate as fans to have a translator like Stephen Poole. To have this kind of transparency. To have a translator that cares so much about what he's translating. And still people will just argue to hell and back about, no, I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't like it. And it's like, ugh! For the love of God! Also, the other case, like, fact of the matter is, people will flip-flop between what they like regarding, like, what they agree with more as well. Because back in the day, TCB was actually the one that released Robin saying he's one of the two wings. The officials was the one of Robin saying he's the wings of the Pirate King. Suddenly everyone was jumping onto the officials. And then Stephen Poole said, no, she did mean one of two. I just didn't want to make that so wordy and so lengthy, right? So it also comes down to people will literally just jump onto what they agree with more as well. Like, I'm sorry, it has nothing to do with what reads better. It just comes down to what you read first, what you agree with more, if you like the unofficials more than the officials due to opinion. It's always what it comes down to. I just wish people, it's like, again, I just wish it came out after the officials. That is truly the biggest issue. Sanji slander bias. Well, it's also like how sometimes the unofficials has Sanji sounding weirder than he's actually sounding. An example is when he was talking to Nami about Roto, and he was like, Roto got to like change you. And in the official, Sanji said, Roto changed you. Like, no, I mean, Roto changed you. Like, in the unofficials, it made it sound like Sanji was jealous. In the officials, it was Sanji being upset on Nami's behalf. That's a huge difference. And it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, can they explain what the thought process was there, please? Like, there's differences all around. Mm-hmm. But yeah, look, again, the funniest thing is at the end of the day, we are all chumps. None of us can speak Japanese. What the fuck are we arguing about? None of us can speak Japanese. The reason I picked to read the officials is because they're not bad. They're not bad at all. People who say they are, they're just so crazy. Like, going crazy about the criticism for it. Because again, it's just the fact that they don't want to wait for the officials. They don't want to wait for the officials, so instead they vouch for the unofficials so they can keep reading the unofficials. Why does it matter? You can't even understand Japanese. Like, we are going to get different reading experiences no matter what. No matter what we do. You read between Stephen Paul's official translations to TCB's unofficial translations. We still get a similar experience from either one of them. I honestly think all this, it just reads better. I think that's just fluff. I honestly think it's just fluff. Like, I read both of them and I don't get any sense of one of them is easier to read. I just don't understand that argument. Shut up, Thrash. You just know it's bad when the unofficials come out before even Japan gets the chapter. That's how you know it's bad. And it's like, why have we not stopped this? There's just no morals anymore. I am arguing to myself, it's true. Oh. But yeah, look, watch as I get comments that are like, nice things! Nice things! That's the name of the chapter! Nice things! Watch as like there's gonna be people just absolutely fucking shitting on the officials, even though they themselves cannot speak Japanese and probably have not listened to any of Stephen Paul's reasonings for why he changed any of this stuff. It happens all the time. Like, I mentioned the astral level in my last chapter review, and there were people going, it's not astral level, actually. It's not astral level. And even though multiple Japanese speakers had said it can be either or, astral or heaven. Like, it can be both. And it's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? The reason I talk about this so much is because I get so many comments that are just angry, like, at me about it. And it's like, shut up. Oh my god, I'm sick of you. Angry at me because I won't use unofficial terminology. Ugh. According to Keikaku, translator's note. I do think what would be good for the officials is after the chapter we get like a page of notes. Because I see why they don't put translator's notes on the actual page. And I know why they don't do that, because that doesn't look official. That looks scrapbooky, right? So I see why they don't do that. It doesn't look very professional when you're reading it. But what would be good is if at the end of the chapter they had an extra page with the additions of translator's notes. I think that would add so much. And I wish they would do that, but then that adds more work for Steven. I know TCB has that. I'm aware they have that, and I'm saying, yes, that's a good thing. And I'm saying it would be beneficial for that to be in the officials as well. Like, I don't have any beef with fan translations. It's not the fan translations I have a problem with. It's this us versus them of the officials versus unofficials. And while I don't want to be in this war, the only reason I'm in this war is because, again, this unofficial release is ridiculous because it's before the officials. That should not be happening. It should not be a thing that is happening. Like, the only reason we got unofficials back in the day is because there was no official translations. Now we have official translations. We should be wanting to help that. We shouldn't be wanting to be like, actually, this is better, quick, release it. And it's like, ah! We should be wanting to support the officials. Unless it's fucking dog shit, like the Jujutsu Kaisen one was. We do not have a dog shit official. We just don't. People exaggerate it to such an extreme extent. Being online only will not stop anything. That will not stop anything. That is an absolute false opinion. Sorry, not a false opinion, that's a false fact. It's not true. You know why we know this? Because there are not thousands, but there are tons of instances of things being online only that have been leaked. Tons. The whole entire season of Arcane Season 2 was leaked. Arcane Season 2 was online only. There is nothing that will stop leakers. Nothing. Toei had to shut down because people tried to jump into Toei and steal the episodes. The idea that it should be online only is not going to stop a damn thing. That is something that people tell each other thinking, well, it's not going to stop. Maybe if they did something about it, I wouldn't stop getting having to stop getting these leaks. You know what I mean? It's totally false. These companies can do everything in their power. It will not stop leakers. It just won't. You know what Shueisha are doing? They're sending people to jail. They are literally sending people to jail because of this pirating stuff. And then people go, oh, that's just a bit extreme. The reason they're doing that is because they have to be extreme to try and stop these people. They are not going to upend their whole industry for something that might work. It's not going to work. There are so many instances of digital-only media being pirated, being leaked. So many instances. It's not going to stop anything. It never will. So no, it's not Shonen Jump having to go digital-only, online-only. That is not going to stop a damn thing. The simple case is, it's the leakers. They are the problem. They will always be the problem. That's why I'm saying it is up to you and me to try and stop this. The only reason they release these leaks is because people read them. That's the reason. That is quite literally what it comes down to. The amount of people who worked on Arcane Season 2 who begged people to not watch Season 2 of Arcane because it would damage their livelihoods. The same thing would happen. The same exact thing would happen. I can't believe it literally just comes down to, why is this so hard to just do the right thing? I just can't believe it. You can read the unofficials, just read them after the officials have come out. That's it. What gets me is there is no reason to pirate. Because this isn't pirating, this is leaks. Yes, scanning, okay? Online only can prevent scans. What you are not hearing me saying is there would still get leaks. There would be instances of people stopping areas of leaks, yes, but that won't stop them point blank. Because people would still find ways. I can't express enough how people would still find ways. We have instances of online-only media being leaked. You know why? Because One Piece still has to go through so many stages to be able to be released in all these different languages. So yes, it would still be leaked. It doesn't matter what they do. We've seen this. There's proof of this. Again and again and again and again and again and again. It doesn't matter what you do. People will find a way to leak it. You can take steps to stop this amount of leaks, yes. But that won't stop anything. It's just, why do I have to always have this conversation? It feels like you don't listen to me. Online only will not stop leaks. It will never stop leaks. It won't. It just won't. Point blank. It just won't. Because we've seen that it won't. So no. Online only is not going to stop anything. It's not going to stop anything. I'm very passionate about this because this is ruining this industry. It's ruining the people that work in the industry. It is disrespectful to the authors of this industry. It's just insane that I have to say, why can't you do the right thing? It has nothing to do with what Shonen Jump should do. It's crazy that we, as an audience, are saying, well, stop giving us, like, the bullet, you know? Why can't these companies and these authors just say, hey, can you not do that? And we don't have to do that. Are we animals? Are we animals? It's just insane to me that it's like, there's just no thought of maybe we shouldn't do that. It literally just comes down to, like, immediate gratification. That's it. It's just so frustrating. There is nothing that will stop leakers. The only thing that will stop leakers is if we as an audience stop giving them fuel. That's it. Stop reading it. Stop sharing it. Just wait for the officials to come out and then you can share the unofficials. It is truly that simple. Like, people just don't want it to be on them. And it is. It doesn't matter what we should do. And you shouldn't have to ask a country, like a media industry, to upend their entire way of doing things because some greedy bastards just have to get their hands on it first. It drives me nuts. It drives me absolutely nuts. As a creator, it drives me nuts, right? It's just so business-brained. It really doesn't matter what they do. And that's what gets me. It's not even pirating, it's leaks. Leaks and pirating are not the same thing. Anyways, for the love of God, can you guys please stop reading the unofficials before the officials come out? Please. It's not that hard. The more people stop doing that, the more the leaks will stop happening. It's a fucking circle. You're feeding into it, so you make it harder for yourself. It's just why I will never support the unofficials. Because it's terrible for the industry and for the people that work in it. Yep, TCB reads better. I'm telling you it doesn't. Like, it doesn't. It's literally just people reading it first and saying that because they get that instant gratification. It has nothing to do with reading better. It weeds better. Talk about USA and aliens, sure. People keep saying Goldberg's shield has a face. What chapter do we see it? Cover story? What's his name? Goldberg? Oh, for fuck's sake, One Piece, please. Oh, it does too have a face. That's gotta be a homie, right? I feel like we can assume that Big Mom made some trades with the Giants to be able to get this marriage between Loki and Lola. Oh yeah. Look, any animating company outsources to, like, anywhere. Like, that's not just Toei. Like, tons of Steven Universe was, like, animated in South Korea. I know TCB doesn't read better. I know! Because I read between them. I read both of them. And TCB just has so much, like, flowery language, and I'm like, this is so ridiculous. I'm telling you, it's just a first thing. That's all it is. I read it first, so this is better. Which is ironic, because I'm saying this, but it's like, it's just not true. But yeah, every animation company outsources. Like, fun fact, Australia do tons of CGI for Hollywood. Oh, but yeah, look, the reason I am extra passionate about these things is because I have friends who work in these industries. I have done courses, university courses regarding these industries. Like, I know firsthand how these kinds of things, such as leaks, affect the people that work within these industries. So, this is why I have such a passion for this, because it's like, I know! I know how these things affect in the long run the people that work. I do not teach at university. No, I mean I did courses in university regarding learning these kinds of things. And it's just, oh, like there's every time like you talk about or someone is talking about it, these are why these things hurt these areas of people in these industries. It's the people within those industries talking about that. They know firsthand. And again, I have friends who work in those industries. And it's like, it's just crazy that people who don't actually know anything about it go, actually, and it's like, you're wrong. You were just dead wrong. You were just saying that because you want that instant gratification. But yes, it does damage the people that work in those industries. I'd love to teach One Piece 101. Like stuff such as like physical media, print media is so important for media conservation. It is so important. So when people say this should be all digital, this should be online, that really bugs me. Because when you make things online, you are suddenly taking the property away from a person. Like you are taking the ability to own something away from a person. And when you take that ability away from a person, you are now removing the fact that this can be preserved in a physical medium. And that's the issue, right? No, we shouldn't want everything to be online. We shouldn't want everything to be physical. We will lose so much media by doing that. So much media by doing that. And Japan having a physical media business that is manga, even Blu-rays, even DVDs, is very important. They are one of the last standing like mega physical medias like in the world regarding what they print and how they respect that physical media. That is a good thing. So when I see people saying they should just throw that away and make it online only, actually you shouldn't want to buy it, because like here's the issue. If you make it physical after online, you are dwindling the sales for that physical media. And then suddenly you are phasing out physical media and suddenly it becomes only online. And then again, that's an issue. You are taking away ownership. You are taking away media conservation, right? You can not own games even if they're physical, but it's not about owning them, like the rights to them. It's about you are owning physically. You have that game. That's the important part. It has nothing to do with you own the rights to the game. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you physically have that game. They cannot take that away from you now. You have it, right? You are losing any kind of media conservation, any kind of ownership if you take away that physical element. And it's a really big problem. It's such a huge problem to the phasing out of physical media. It's also why music streaming is a problem too. Like, we are going to lose so much media in the future due to this online only trend. Due to the convenience that is leading to lost media. Like, we should be thinking of online as a Google Drive backup, right? We should be thinking of online or non-physical as a backup. But we shouldn't be thinking of it as the end-all be-all of like where we are now. We've even had God, who was it? Was it Brad? No, it wasn't Brad Pitt. Maybe it was Matt Damon. But we talked about, because of physical media being wiped out, this is why we now have the slop that we do in theaters. This is why we have franchises such as Marvel being pushed to the extent that it's being pushed. It's why we don't have any original movies anymore, because now that physical media is gone, that physical release that you would get from DVDs, from Blu-rays, that would give money back to the companies, to the actors. You would get a lot of money off of that. They don't get that anymore, because now people only have online, right? Only have online releases. So now big production companies don't want to risk making an original film. They want to make a film that they know will make money now. Yeah, Blu-ray's still very much alive. Barely, but it's still very much alive. But that physical media was so important to the release of movies. And how Hollywood would produce what they would produce. Now there's too much of a risk to create something that is original, because you might not make enough money from it, because now you don't have that physical release that can make you more money. It's just not there anymore. But yeah, physical media is very important. It's incredibly important. Also, someone asked a question, and I have a weird question. What university did you... What did I do? I'd prefer not to say the university I went to, only because I feel like it's not exactly the most well-known university. And like it feels like saying what high school I went to for me. I don't know. Like that feels like my personal life. But I did screen production. I did University of Stinkmen. Anyway, look, you all know my passions lie in media, media analysis, media business, all that kind of shit, media company, corporation. Zoro be a fraternity guy. I mean, he was raised in an all-male dojo. It's possible. I mean, look, Foily has told me when it comes to TCB, what they're trying to do is they're trying to translate, like, the differences in the way these characters speak, but she said it just comes off ridiculous because they add just too much, and then that leads them to adding words that weren't even said. So that's why there's just like more, I suppose, in TCB. Because yeah, there's like different ways the Straw Hats are speaking, but it's not possible to translate that over to English just due to the language barrier. Where's Alabaster Ace? There it is. Quick search. Shuisha, those bastards. Also, hello, Sky. How long have you been here for? Sorry if I missed you. Oh my god, everyone's going, hi, hi, hi. Oh my god, I'm sweating. I'm sweating. Why am I sweaty? New Zealand gets a genuine winter. They get snow and shit. Oh god, the Antarctic. Yeah, true. Pool of fuck. In water, chimps will drown. Sorry, Maramoto, I answered that question. I'm not sure what you said. What university did I do? I don't want to say the university I went to, but the course I did was screen production. Oh, I'm hungry, but I'll eat when I get to 5 minutes. So true. Why does Zoan sound so close to Zosan? Oh, it is a shipper. If devil fruits are made from like dreams, that means there has to be a yaoi yaoi fruit. Brittany's playing games. Duh. I really like how fucked up Dory looks on this page. Oh god. Zoo-wee mama. Can you hear those crows outside? Ah! Ah! Shut up! Oh my god. Hello? Why no work? That's why no work. Oh! I was duped. I do like crows. I think crows are cool. I like boids. You like Stunfisk? Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh my god. Leave. I need you to exit the premises. Don't look, that was embarrassing. posters fell. Oh my god, you made me look. Zoro looks like a ball of moss. Zoro looks like a stink man. Guys, I'm thinking about the stink men again. I have to see them again. They even have swords. Do you think some of them could be from Wano? There's a connection between Wano and Elbaf. And now I'm looking at these stinkmen that have stink swords. And now I'm thinking there's got to be some kind of Wano connection here. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Oh my god, who are these stinkmen? Stinker eye. Also, person in YouTube chat, when it comes to algorithm stuff, you do have to release on American time. That's the gamble that you must take as an Australian YouTuber. No 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 no. Something's in my ass. Ah.
Whack his pee-pee.
You can tell who's new to my streams because they didn't understand that. Yes, I've seen the plankton meme. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. It makes me laugh every time. It's so stupid. I kind of want to use it. Oh my god, get- oh my god, I threw him all the way onto my second monitor. Get back there. Maybe it's the way you're dressed. I always think about how that's where Sans Undertale's voice came from. Oh, wow, wow. I don't know anything about Undertale except for Sans and Kameda. Kameda? Fingers in his ass. Fingers in his ass. That's like all I know. Fingers. Oh, I already forgot Sanji's beard again. Oda, this is getting ridiculous. I already forgot Sanji's sad little pathetic strands of hair on his face. Sanji truly does have the saddest beard in the world, but he's proud of it. And that's what matters. See, look, it's gone. Oda, what the hell? I read One Piece specifically for Sanji's stupid little beard. I'm sure Zoro shaves, but I bet he shaves with his sword. Zoro's sideburns are so fucking strong. There's no way he doesn't grow up with, he doesn't wake up with some stubble. Like, it still makes me laugh that Sanji doesn't have any sideburns, while Zoro's sideburns are so prominent. I know that pisses Sanji off. Oh, I think Sanji shaves, but I think it's barely. I think every 3 days, even less, he has to, like, just clean it up a little bit. Like, I think he keeps it clean, but I don't think there's much maintenance to take care of. Like, we see that even when he's 40, he still doesn't have, like, a proper beard. It's so clear he wants a mustache. It's so funny. He just can't grow a mustache. I love that when Zoro and Sanji meet up again in Fishman Island, Zoro's like, oh, that pathetic excuse for, like, lip hair is like a beard. It's like a mustache. Like, he made fun of it the second he saw him. Oh, God. I love that it's a thing that no matter what, Sanji he cannot grow a proper beard. Oh yeah, he wanted to grow a Zeph mustache. I think that seemed pretty clear. Like, he admired Zeph a lot. He was trying to look and act like Zeph. Even when he was younger, the only reason he smoked is because he wanted to look more adult. He wanted to look older than he is. So he kept his little peach fuzz. And now his lip fuzz because he wants a mustache like Zeph and he just can't grow one. Look, my favorite headcanon is when Sanji was on Kamabaka Island, Iva dropped a little bit of testosterone into, like, his food. Because Iva saw the pathetic little... the pathetic amount of chin hair he had. And she went, I'll just speed it up for him a little bit. Oh, God. But he couldn't. He can't grow a beard. We've seen his attempts to grow a beard. He just can't grow a full beard. Iva did not. Why? What? Stop that. Why would you say that? OMG, what? That's what I'm saying. Oh! Mangoes are in season. Ah! Yes! It's mango season, babe. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get out of here, whoever did that. Well, I haven't checked for mangoes, okay? Goddamn. I'm trying to remember which mangoes were the good mangoes. Oh fuck, this is good. I've needed some fruit. I've needed some fruit, actually. Greek yogurt, apricot cheese, blueberries, mangoes. 6 mangoes. That is not an insane person's cart, right? That looks normal. Sorry, I just remembered I had to get Greek yogurt and then I got excited because I saw the fruit that I could get. Yummy! Thank you, India, for the mangoes. Very good. When I grew up, we had our neighbor had a huge mango tree in their backyard, and it was just like overgrown every summer with so many mangoes, and people would steal from the mango tree, but the neighbor didn't give a shit because it grew way too many mangoes for like him to be able to eat anyways. So my dad and we would see like some people trying to steal the mangoes, and we'd always laugh because they'd be like really quick get them. But the neighbor didn't give a shit. Like he didn't give a shit about anyone taking the mangoes because he couldn't eat them anyways. Like the tree was going over the fence and onto like the sidewalk. Neighbor could have profited. Zim, why don't you care about people? Why don't you care about community? If profit doesn't always mean money, then what do you mean profit off the mangoes? Explain yourself. Lemon stealing whore. Haha. Where?
Howdy do, boys.
Oh, howdy do. I can't stop this feeling.
Howdy do, boys?
Ah, I gotta feel it. Bop, 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 bop. That's my lime. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake anyone up if I just did. That's my lime. Carly, I need to know. Did you send me this? Did you send me this? Did you send me this? Who sent me this? Who the fuck sent me these? I know I did not order these. Who sent me these? I'm so lost. Who the hell sent me these? I nearly gaslit myself into like, did I buy these? I'm pretty sure I didn't. Shut up, Kate. You shut up. Because everyone else on the Baratier is a Barra. They had to have one twink for, inclusion. Well, I think someone sent it as a surprise gift. And I don't know who. Maybe it was Loki. The token twink. I say in this video we get the reason for why Saul survived, which is because he was frozen on a burning island, and I say, yeah, duh. And I know there's gonna be people like, no, that wasn't obvious. Even though, as you guys know, when I was watching it with Anna, we were like, wait, but he was frozen on a burning island. How did that kill him? Anna and I are just too smart for One Piece. A lot of the time, Thresh, I don't get hate directly. It's mostly people just not liking my opinions. Like, I wouldn't really call that hate. I just say people don't agree with me. Of course, some people are rude about it, but I will say, like, it does, like, deter me from wanting to read comments anymore. Like, I still do read comments from time to time, but there hits a point where after, I'd say 2 days, I don't want to read the comments anymore because they start to kind of deviate. And I go, oop. Alright, time to work on the next thing. Like, I do this thing on Twitter where if I make a tweet and people start being, like, rude about it, because it's usually, like, One Piece, right? It's just One Piece. It's nothing crazy. I just mute the tweet so I never have to see it again. Look, getting like 1 or 2 like negative responses on like a tweet, it's like, okay, you know, whatever. But if they keep piling on, and of course the negativity is just, you're stupid for thinking that. And again, it's like a One Piece thing. It's like a One Piece opinion I've had. It's nothing serious. I just go, alright, time to mute this tweet and move on. I just don't go on Twitter when the chapters are out. I don't go anywhere online when I only go on Instagram Reels when the chapters are out, because my Instagram has nothing to do with One Piece. I've purposely done that. I get nothing about One Piece on Instagram. Every fan base is toxic. Like, every time I hear this fan base is bad, this fan base is bad, they're all bad. It's just about making your own space. Like, I'm in a very happy little corner of One Piece fandom because I want to be, and I choose not to engage with sides that make me unhappy. Dorian Broggy can't be gay, that's too woke. It's a double-edged sword. The bigger the fandom, the more assholes there are. But also, the bigger the fandom, the better space you'll be able to find and cater to yourself. Like, you can choose to be in what spaces with One Piece. Like, I'm on the gay side. I barely see... The only discourse I see is just stupid shit. And even then, I don't even see that, because I just go, nah, I don't want this on my timeline. Like, I'm on One Piece Twitter to have fun and see good art and talk about fun things. Not to have stupid discourse. Twitter is such a funny, like, so Pokemon fandom. Pokemon is an anomaly to me because, like, I've heard terrible things about the Pokemon fandom and it's so bizarre to me because I'm like, these are just little guys. This is a series about little guys that battle. And just people that do battle with little guys. And I'm like, what? How can it be this bad? Like... As you all know, my criticisms for Pokemon come down to, did I like the little guys? I did not like the little guys. Did I like the little guys? I like the little guys. Like, I understand, like, I guess every fandom has its beef, but for Pokemon, I'm like, what? They're just little guys. The most wholesome One Piece fans are the One Piece fans that A, either like all the Straw Hats, or B, like Chopper. they see... The Chopper fans are just so... They don't give a shit, man. They don't give a shit. They are purely here for vibes. They are purely here for vibes. You try and start beef with a Chopper fan, they just don't care. Like... They're done. They will not engage. I've seen them not engage. Like, they are so funny. They don't give a shit. Something about loving Chopper that just warms a person's soul. Like, I know a Chopper fan, and one of their favorite moments ever in One Piece is when Chopper gets a crush on the deer girl, the deer mink. Like, that's one of their favorite moments ever because they thought that was so cute. And I thought that was cute because they thought that was cute. So true, Carly. Oh, there's tons of Jinbei fans. There are. They're just not very loud. Actually, no. The Jinbei fans that are there are just the ones that want him so carnally. Jinbei fans just want him so carnally. Like, you think, like, I don't know, Zoro fans are horny, Sanji fans are horny. Look at Jinbei fans. I'll happily say Jinbei fans are the horniest. Jinbei fans, Buggy fans, Crocodile fans. They are probably the horniest. Doffy fans are half-half. Doffy fans are like in this weird category. Some of them are absolutely batshit insane, and then some of them like are more of a cute woobify area. Like they're half-half. It's like Ace. Ace is half-half his fans. You either have like, no matter what, the Ace fan is like, they love Ace. They're obsessed with Ace. But Ace fans are either batshit insane or they're like, this is my little like cute little guy. Like it's one or the other. Oh, you know what fans are crazy? Sabo fans. Sabo fans are fucking crazy. I mean that in like the best way ever. Sabo fans are insane. Every Sabo fan I've met is fucking crazy. Crazy in like they're just insane. Like the content they make or like the way they talk about Sabo, it's just insane. They will fight to hell for that guy, and I love that. I love that passion. Katakuri is cool, but not for the reason that they think Katakuri's cool. Katakuri definitely goes under the Zoro umbrella of they have the surface idea of Katakuri, and that's just not him. And it's like, ah! Katakuri plays Stardew. Oh yeah, Katakuri definitely chooses mean choice in game on accident and then gets really upset that he took like the mean route and he didn't mean to. Like when Katakuri's playing any game that involves like animals, if he accidentally runs over an animal in a game, he gets really upset about it. He has to like pause for a second. Honestly, the way... God, Oda has just... Whole Cake Island's just fantastic, because the way both Katakuri and Pudding, both of their insecurities came from a physical trait that they had that they didn't like. And for Pudding, that insecurity came from not only the bullying that she was receiving, but from her own mother. And for Katakuri, that came from the bullying he was receiving that then went on to Brûlé, because they couldn't touch Katakuri. And Katakuri felt he had to hide himself to protect others, while Pudding felt she had to hide herself to protect herself. Whole Cake Island's just phenomenal. I love Boa. I defend Boa with my life. She is one of the characters I will defend with my goddamn life. Look, the funniest thing I always hear about Hancock hate, the first thing nearly, or one of like the definitive things you'll always hear is, but she kicked a kitten. Without fail, people who hate Hancock will say that, but she kicked a kitten. And they'll be like, well, she didn't have to do this or she didn't have to do that. And it's like, that's the point. That is the point. It also hurts her to have to do these things. But she cannot show any vulnerability. She cannot show something as cute as a kitten can get to her. And she kicked a kitten! And it's like, really? That's your line? Like... It's just crazy. Like, that's literally her first scene to demonstrate this wall that she has. And people will be like, it's unacceptable that she kicked that kitten. And it's like, I love cats. But it's so over the top. And it's meant to be like a part of this mask that she has. That it's like, obvious to me what this is supposed to be. Like, people, they'll be like, that's just taking it too far. And it's like, really? God. They definitely fixate on it with Hancock. Like, I always see that as at least one of the arguments when people don't like her. That's always one of them. She kicked a kitten without fail. And it's like, how is this that serious to you? Like, how are you not seeing the point of this? Like, we've had Straw Hats beat up animals too. But no! Boa kicking a kitten is where we draw the line. Well, maybe the cat shouldn't have gotten in her way, huh? Zoro's beating up birds and bugs. She kicked a kitten, she kicked a puppy, and she kicked a baby seal. It's just so funny. It's so ridiculous. And the way everyone's like, oh my god, she kicked a puppy and a baby seal. Ugh. They beat up the cat in Elbath. Well, Luffy and Sanji tried to eat Chopper, never forget. Okay, what about the fish the octopus that Sanji grilled up? The octopus that helped them get down from Skypiea and he cooked it. Yeah, the octopus was also in Luffy's pants. He made takoyaki out of it. Was it just G8? It might have just been G8. I just remember he made takoyaki. Perhaps I'm thinking of something else. Oh wait, I might be thinking about the fish that they caught, the skyfish. And Sanji just cooked it. Without a second thought, he was like, I cooked it. Food doesn't count! I see your bias for animals. So what about Zoro beating up bugs and a bird? Does that count? I mean, they were gonna eat the cat, but Luffy was full. Oh my god, I gotta pee so bad. Okay, I'll be back. Who said I'll come back with curry? Who said that? 'Cause you were right. You bastard. I was hungrier than I thought. Can't blame a girl. Can't blame her. Oh, yum. God, I love curry. Now, we all know British got curry from India, right? We know this. But what I found out is Japan got curry from Britain, and then South Korea got curry from Japan. And that's shocking to me because I'm pretty sure China has curry to some kind of extent. So I was like, you'd think they would have gotten their curry origins from, like, China. But it's like South Korea's curry is like just a bastardized hybrid of Japan to England to India. Flushed Away was Aardman's first CGI animated movie. Japan didn't used to rule over China, no. Japan was originally a colony from China, like way back in the past. There were some, let's say, historical issues around the 1900s, yes. But they never used to rule over China, no. At least if my history is correct, which I think it is. Yeah, they wanted to. But it's in the same way the Mongolians also wanted to rule over China. China was just a superpower. Although it depends how far back we go historically. God, China's history is cool. I want to go to China so bad. I really want to see the historical sites. Like environmentally and historically, China is just is incredible, and I'd love to see it in person. I don't know. I'm not exactly familiar with Japan's history. I can't tell you the period. I wouldn't exactly say colony, but Japan originated like from China. That's why the alphabet is the same. Like Korea to Japan to China. They're all one big clump. And at some point in history they split off. I could try to investigate, but it wouldn't work. Because I'm not very smart. Yeah, I'm not sure if colony is the right word, but it was definitely the same roots. You can fact check it. I'm not saying it with a lot of confidence, but they all use like I am not very intelligent. But they have the same roots. It's just very long ago. Like again, their alphabet, they were using the Chinese alphabet. In the same way South Korea as a whole were using the Chinese alphabet until it eventually evolved for Japan. The same roots. Cause in that they literally had the same alphabet. Like Japan was using the Chinese alphabet as the Chinese alphabet for the longest time, historically speaking. Until there was that split off. And Japan created their own alphabet on top of the Chinese alphabet, Mandarin, which then was different. Korea was the same. Korea was using the exact same alphabet as China for the longest time until creating their own. Like they all had the same cultural roots that originated from China. Like this is, I know I'm right about that one. That one I know I'm correct on. Doo-doo-doo. Oops. Although it's so long ago, it's like how a lot of European countries descended from like Latin, right? Hello. I thought the reason Korea made Hangul was because they wanted their own alphabet. And they made that in like a week. Which was Hangul. Hello. But yeah, not a colony. I think what I'm thinking of historically, because I was trying to look up the relationship between them around, God, what was it, the 14th century? There was just a lot of like back and forth between like who is under who. Because there are a lot of people from China that lived in Japan, and there are a lot of people from Japan that lived in China. And there was a lot of overlap. And there was a lot of politically there was a lot of tension between we are new, no, we are new. But there is a lot of shared culture between, like, I know, like, this is apparent, like, this is not... Historically speaking, there is a lot of shared culture between, China and Japan, though. Such as the act of, like, Buddhism, right? Something like Buddhism was very much, shared between China to Japan. It's just they evolved in different ways in those different countries. Like, I don't think it's as simple. There was definitely a lot of shared culture between, due to region. Like, the fact that they even used the same alphabet, I think, says a lot. Okay, I guess if we say it more like in the way the Romans were created is because of like the Greek influences, right? They were not exactly the same, but the Romans have or had like a lot of the culture they had because of the ancient Greeks before them, you know? So yes, not ethnically the same, no. But culturally, religiously, language-wise, yeah. A lot was shared. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not saying... Of course I'm not saying they're the same. Not at all. I mean, I did ancient Chinese in school. Ancient Chinese history in school. Just, of course, we didn't really touch on South Korea or Japan at the time. That's because back then Japan were like this big in relation to China as a superpower in the ancient times. Yeah, part of my history is ancient China. Oh, damn it. A fun thing about ancient China is they're one of the first recorded like people in history that we found to like have writing. One of the first, I don't believe the first, but one of the first. Like, it's just such an old civilization. Hence why tons of written language in the eastern region originated from Mandarin. What am I looking for here? Marco Polo was weird to talk about. Because there's debate on whether the guy even existed. Like, it's just a bizarre topic, I think. I mean, the Romans had trades with Egyptians and with China. The Romans even had like Egyptian generals as well. It was fucking crazy. What gets me is ancient Egypt is so fucking old that even ancient Egypt had like ancient history. Like, God, how long was ancient Egypt? It was like 3,000 years or something. I have to look this up again, but it blew my mind. Over 3,000 years ancient Egypt existed. 3,000! That's fucking crazy. Like, not even our current day society has existed for 3,000 years. Right? It's just unbelievable. So their civilization was so old that even they had ancient history. It's such a crazy thing to think about. Yeah, by the year 3000, we will be close to how long the ancient Egyptians had their civilization. Aboriginal Australian culture, from what we know, is one of the oldest cultures in the world, I think. From the top of my head. I don't remember what year, but we do know that Aboriginal Australia is one of the oldest cultures and peoples to exist. Isn't history cool? Now hang on, ancient Egypt existed for over 3,000 years and they didn't invent smartphones? Skill issue. We know how they made pyramids. They had blueprints, plans. Like, we have so much proof of how they made pyramids. They literally wrote everything down. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but we know how they did it. Because they wrote all of their blueprints, all of their architecture down. Construction-wise, we know that too! We know every corner of how they made the pyramids. Again, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but like they had the written down schematics for how they got things to where they had to go, like how they pulled things up, what machines they had. I can't remember it exactly, but there was one example where they used like the tides and like the floods. They used like a water pulley system to get shit to higher ground. I wonder when our civilization dies and thousands of years in the future they're going to find the remains of what we used to be. And they're going to see like, I don't know, the fucking... What's the biggest building in the world right now? It's in Dubai, right? Or am I wrong about that? Whatever. They're going to see like the biggest building in the world and they're going to be like, but how did they build it? It must have been aliens. We have ancient yaoi, by the way. I need you guys to know that. Like, we actually have like women creating like gay art back in the day. We have examples of it from ancient China as well, like, and ancient Egypt. Like, this is a thing. We have ancient yaoi. Life is a circle. I swear, I cannot remember who it was, but I swear there were people shipping. There were women of the time shipping Napoleon and someone else. And I mean like Napoleon, like actual real guy Napoleon. But I cannot remember who they shipped him with. But people found like letters from women of the time sending each other like these little fan fictions. And it was between Napoleon and someone else. And I cannot remember who it was. Yeah, Alexander the Great was gay. Don't let your teachers tell you he wasn't. He was 1,000,000,000% gay. Alexander the Great had a boyfriend slash husband. Like, he grieved his boy best friend so fucking bad that he didn't, like, come out of his, like, room or something for, like, a month. It was crazy. He held, like, a massive funeral for him. What was his name? Mercutio or something? I probably got that so wrong. I swear it started with them. Mercutio was Shakespeare! I was very wrong. Hang on. Hang on, I'm looking up Anders' boyfriend. Hephaestion. That was his name. Where did Mercutio come from? Fuck me. Anyway, yeah, he had like a boyfriend slash husband. The ancient Greeks were gayer than the ancient Romans. There's a fucking thing on TikTok where people like me, when I wasn't like a Roman born to like love twinks, and I'm like, it was the Greeks! It was the Greeks! The Romans are the ones that phased that shit out. I have beef with the Romans because they were the ones that made like Catholicism and they were like, no, actually you can't be gay anymore. That wasn't the Romans, that was the Greeks. Every time I see that shit on like TikTok or like Instagram and they're like, oh, I can't be like an ancient Roman who like fucked twinks. That wasn't the Romans, it was the Greeks. It was the ancient Greeks. I'm sick of this. They did a bit, but they were not the center point of it. It was the ancient Romans. It drives me nuts. I know there were gay Romans. My point is, it was like the ancient Greeks that like had like they had that much more rooted in them than the Romans did. The Romans phased it out. I hate them for that. They phased it out. The ancient Greeks were having a fucking baller over time. Stolen valor. But yeah, all the Romans did was steal from the ancient Greeks and then take all the glory. You bastards. Yeah, it's more complicated than that, I know. But tons of Roman society was taken from the Greeks, even their beliefs, even their art, even their money, like everything was nearly from the Greeks. Everyone's stealing from each other. Well, the irony is, I wouldn't say the Greeks copyrighted their culture, but Alexander the Great was known for like really liking other cultures. He really liked Persia, like a lot. And it like weirded like his followers out because they were like, you should be dressing like a Greek. But he really liked dressing in other cultures' wear. So yeah, the Greeks also did take a bit as well. Ariana the Great. Ancient weeaboo. You want to talk about an ancient weeaboo? You know who really liked Japan? Vincent van Gogh. Vincent van Gogh fucking loved Japan. I think Van Gogh would be a One Piece fan. He liked Japan, he liked abstract art, he was mentally ill. Ticks all the boxes. Probably gay. Every box has been ticked. I assume what you're asking is a joke. Hang on, this cannot be a real conversation. If you were attracted to a woman and you're a man, and the woman is straight or not, that doesn't matter because you are attracted to said woman. That makes you straight. It doesn't matter the woman's orientation. It's if she's attracted to you or not. That affects her orientation, not yours. That doesn't make sense. What are we talking about right now? Oh yeah, Sky, don't worry, I know where you're at. I know where you're at. Don't worry about it. God, I think I might stop editing at 5 minutes. I had a brief MCU phase, but it's only because I liked Winter Soldier. Like, it's their best movie by far. And then they fucked it, and then I was like, well, never mind. Oh, what chapter does Robin cry because poneglyphs? It's in Alabaster. I'll say it. I don't care about Iron Man. Iron Man as a movie, I didn't care about it. It didn't have any elements to it that I cared. Winter Soldier, oh yeah. They had like, it was such a strong narrative. Iron Man was just like, okay, I guess it looks cool. I didn't care. But like, visually, narratively, Winter Soldier was the best. All the way. Like, by far, it was the best. Iron Man just looked cool because for the time, it was a very impressive looking movie. It's like Avatar. Well, Winter Soldier had everything. I did like the gayness, but it was also because it was just the tragedy was awesome. The tragedy was just great. Like, the narrative was fucking perfect. Guy who can't fit into modern day finds out his boy best friend is still alive. Oh, but he's become an agent that can't remember anything. He's like a monster, right? Then he needs to be helped. That's peak! That is fucking peak! They're all the same movie except for Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier is not the same movie. And then they fucked up. They fucked up the whole thing. Civil War was good. There was just so much going on. Like, Winter Soldier was good because it was also very tightly packed. Like, it was perfectly... Like, they focused on enough, you know? Civil War was just, there was a lot, and I was like, oh... I've never been an Iron Man fan. I never understood Iron Man. I'll say it. I don't care about Iron Man. All I know about Guardians of the Galaxy is the tree is voiced by Vin Diesel. That's it. I am Groot. That's all I know, and I think that's all I need to know. The only things I followed were with Bucky, because he was the most interesting character to me. And then I just gave up. I gave up. I was like, this is stupid. This is dumb. They fucked it up. He is not Sanji coded. Leave me alone! Ah! Ah! To be fair, I watched Winter Soldier before I watched One Piece, so... Maybe this is what was happening. Maybe I was trying to find that media that would fill that hole. Feel and fill. Oh my god, fill that hole. And I kept searching. And then I came across Sanji One Piece and that was it. I kept finding scatterings, bits and pieces of Sanji until I finally came across Sanji himself. Sanji did not do that. Oh my god. I needed to find that hole. I needed to find the hole to fill. I just remember being so fucking pissed at the ending to Endgame. Like, I'm sorry, that movie's ass. I remember being pissed about it because the Iron Man focus was fucking crazy. Like, it was just such a heavy Iron Man focus, I did not care. And then they ended it with Mr. Steve Captain America dying. And he not only died, he went back in time and he fucked Peggy. And I was like, you've just killed her, like, kids that used to exist. What? Like, the second you introduce time travel into something, I'm just gone. I'm done. Thank God for One Piece, the time travel is just only going forward. If they ever go back in time, I'm gonna be like, Oda, no! We basically find out that Peggy, like, got old, obviously. She got married, she had kids. And then in the last game, movie, Steve just went back and just got with Peggy. And I was like, what happened to her kids? Oh. There was no implication for her kids. There was none. He just went back in time. He fucked Peggy. Like, he went back in time to be with Peggy. There was no implication of what happened to her kids. But of course, if he was with Peggy, it means that she didn't get with the other guy. Meaning she didn't have those kids. And we know that Captain America couldn't have kids because of his super sperm. So he just killed her kids! Like, what? And he left Bucky behind. And I was like, this makes no sense. The whole point of, like, Mr. America's story was you can't go back and change the past. You are now here. This is how you must live. This is where you must live. Oh, never mind. Send him back to the past. Leave Bucky there, by the way. Don't save Bucky. Fuck Bucky. What? It didn't make sense. It didn't make any sense. I haven't watched Full Metal Alchemist. I'm sorry! Stop asking me! One day I will. Bye, Sky. I will, I swear. I just, like I said, I don't have time. And it's hard to get into something new. I have to find a Skypea panel. Pay me to make content about Full Metal and Slam Dunk. The Patreon tier's right there. You can commission me. Oh, I got a virus. Sorry, it'd be way more than... I am not playing video games. Because, like, I'm not going to finish them. Video games are really hard for me. I have to be familiar with them or I just can't do it. I know The Last of Us. That game was huge back in the day. I watched playthroughs of it. And I would hate playing The Last of Us, I'm sorry. Like, I'd hate playing- I hate playing those kinds of games. The games I can do... Legend of Zelda, Pokemon, Stardew. And some platformers like Donkey Kong. Those are my games. And Mario Party. If you can tell, I don't like the hyper-realistic style. I like games that have, like Call of Duty, that game. I fucking cannot stand it because the realism makes me angry. I hate it. Oh, fuck, what chapter is this? I like stylistic, fun, cartoony games. Doom? Doom is stylistic. Hang on, I've seen that game. I would not call this stylistic. Were they taking the piss? I just don't know. I don't know these days. Yeah, but can you see why I like Nintendo? Because Nintendo don't have realism. They enjoy their little cartoons. I enjoy my little cartoons. Baby needs bright and colorful baby games, or baby gets upset. Okay? Like, I played the Final Fantasy remake, and the only reason I played that is because I like Cloud. That's it. If I didn't like Cloud, I would not have played that game. Well, the other thing is I'm also not into zombies. Like, The Last of Us, by definition, is a good game. I watched the playthroughs, but I just didn't care. I was like, okay. Wasn't my cup of tea. Look, you can recommend me any game. I'm sorry I'm not going to play it. I don't play games in my free time. Because I wouldn't say they're a chore, but I'd say they take so much energy. Like, interactive, right? I don't want to do something interactive for something in my time off. I'm not a gamer. I'm not a gamer. You cannot make me a gamer. Unless it's Pokemon, unless it's like Legend of Zelda, and unless it's Stardew. I can't with it because it's like, ugh. They make me too tired. I do think some art style discussion has boiled down to realism equals bad, and I hope it stays that way because I agree. Because we are currently in a climate where everyone just wants to be super hyper realistic, and we are losing like artistic styles because of that. Like Into the Spider-Verse proved how much we are craving for stylistic content, and how we are just not getting stylistic content to a crazy degree anymore. It's mostly realism. I think realism is very much restricting artists in our day and age. So I'll happily say yes, realism is ruining a lot of things these days. Because it's putting so many artists in a box. I could play Stardew with viewers, I don't know. I'm just not good with games on streams, I think. I'm just not good with them in general. I do prefer Skyward Sword style over Twilight Princesses, yes. Because Twilight Princess, it is a little bit more on the realism side, but it's still not. Like, they're still crazy and ridiculous looking in some areas. And at the end of the day, they used that more realistic style for Twilight Princess. And I say realistic loosely, to make the Uncanny Valley, like, Uncanny Valleyness of Twilight Princess, because Twilight Princess was supposed to be an unsettling game. You were meant to feel unsettled, right? So, when it comes to Twilight Princess, well, I do prefer Skyward Sword. Twilight Princess was supposed to look like that, because they were trying to unsettle you. But I still prefer a more stylistic, like, game. I would not say Twilight Princess is for babies, yeah. One day I will play Wind Waker. Nintendo! Make a port for it already! That's on the Switch. I never owned a Wii U and I never owned a GameCube. Oh, I wouldn't make a farm with the viewers on Stardew. That would make me far too upset. No offense, I can't trust you guys. I would not. I could never. I never played many Mario games to begin with. In fact, I haven't played any. I played 64, but like I was never the biggest fan. There isn't a port for the Switch. It's a lie! It's a lie! The Fire Emblem thing is interesting because Fire Emblem is stylized. It is stylized. Like, anime is still stylistic. Fire Emblem is definitely not realism. This isn't Fire Emblem, but this still makes me laugh. For those who can't see what this says, it says, "You're the best looking guy here." And he's little pixely. I like to fish in Stardew Valley. I love making fish farm. I have not played Bayonetta, no. If I didn't list the games, Legend of Zelda, Pokemon, Stardew. If it's not one of those three, I probably have not have played it. What I have played is Spy vs. Spy on PS2. That shit slapped. That shit slapped. I miss it. I want Spy vs. Spy back. I'm sure you can have the image. Every day I'm interrogated by gamers. I played all of Kingdom Hearts because it was during COVID. I had nothing to do. I wasn't into One Piece at this time. It was uni break and my friend had all of Kingdom Hearts and I was like, fuck, I'll play it. And I only played it because people were telling me it's so good, it's so good. And I was like, okay. Then I was like, what the fuck? It is not that good. I mean, it's funny, but it's not that good. I'm sorry. It made me have a laugh. I felt like that was an interesting experience. I will not be playing the next Kingdom Hearts. I will not be keeping up with this series is what I thought. How I felt afterwards was I feel like the only people that like Kingdom Hearts are the people that played Kingdom Hearts when they were kids. So they have nostalgia. I do not lie. Oh my god. You thought 3 was bad? Wasn't 2 the one where you sing with Ariel under the sea? And it's like a really shitty game song? Like, I genuinely cannot rank any of the Kingdom Hearts because they were all so stupid to me. This is like Pokemon, when people go, this Pokemon game is better than this one, and they're actually talking about game mechanics. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're all the same game, they just have different little guys. I just don't get it. I honestly don't remember anything. The only thing I remembered about 3 was the Big Hero World and thinking, wow, Sora really fits into the Big Hero World really well. But that's it. I don't remember anything else. And also Let It Go. Dude, when I played One Piece Odyssey, I had no idea how to play a JRPG. So many people are like, oh, One Piece Odyssey is for like babies who don't know how to play JRPGs. That's me! That's me! I had no idea how to play a JRPG. I respected and appreciated that. You say let's be real, like I even know what a JRPG, like what's in a JRPG. I have no idea. Oh, I liked Kirby and the Crystal Shards. I do want to play more Kirby's. I do like Kirby. You'll never take my baby games away from me. I hear boo bopping. Hang on, I'll be back. Back with blueberries. Not the cat. Did you know blueberries are like really good for you? Full of antioxidants. Whatever that means. I grinded her into a paste and I turned her into these spears. Sorry, blueberries are like my sleeper agent. When I eat one, I can't stop. So I'm currently 1 because I haven't played any single game you've ever recommended me. I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean that in a I have no way to judge that. Also, I'm not sure how I feel about games in general. The way you're like, well, I think I recommend them well. Games just take too much time. They just take too much time and they take too much energy, and it scares me. Like when it comes to like having hobbies, gaming is definitely not one of them. But see, with the Pokemon thing, I don't have that like same sense when I play Pokemon. I just only play. I'm so focused on the little guys. I pay no attention to any other aspect of Pokemon. To me, they just all feel like the same game. The difference is they have little guys. Games do take too much time because they're interactive. That's right. Games take engagement. And that's just a lot for my brain. If I want a hobby where I have like fun, I don't want that kind of like engagement. Or if that's like a fun thing on the side, I would not pick up a game. Like, it really takes a lot for me to watch a new movie or a new series. Imagine what a video game does to my brain. It's a lot. My favorite hobby, funnily enough, my favorite hobby is writing. Which is very engaging, but it's because I don't have any pressure to, like, have to get into something, I suppose. Right? Why play a game when instead I can write and listen to music? Well, this is what I mean. So it's like the only difference in Pokemon games are the characters and the Pokemon to me. Yes, Gen 5 had the best human like designs and the best human character. But I just don't like Gen 5 at all because I hated the Pokemon. The Pokemon are the biggest factor for me. If I don't like the Pokemon, I'm not gonna like the game. I don't care about the people. I care about the Pokemon. It'll always be that way. My man. This reminds me of when someone was talking about Five Nights at Freddy's and they were ranking Five Nights at Freddy's or talking about Five Nights at Freddy's. But it wasn't from any lore perspective, it was gameplay perspective. And I was like, am I crazy? Or were we not of the understanding that like Five Nights at Freddy's games were like the same gameplay wise? You press button. Like this is how I function with video games. Like I didn't even know there was discourse around gameplay of Five Nights at Freddy's. Because I didn't think that mattered. At all. Because I was like, who the fuck plays Five Nights at Freddy's going, yeah, the gameplay. That's how I feel about Pokemon. Like, I don't play Pokemon thinking, how's the gameplay? I go into Pokemon going, woohoo, little guys. Like, I pay no attention to the gameplay. I just want little guys. Where's Robin going? I want to live! There it is. Brothers! Oh my god, I don't have to sleep with my bonnet tonight because I'm washing my hair tomorrow anyways. Oh. I'm dying. God, I want to play Skyward Sword again. Ah! Oh my god, I love Skyward Sword. Alright, once I get this in the square, I think I'll stop this here for today. I don't know if I'm going to be here tomorrow because it's Daft Punk night tomorrow, and as you guys know, that's like the whole day to me. Because I gotta get ready, and then I gotta go out. And then I gotta have my fun time while I'm out, then I gotta get home, and then I've like, you know, my energy. Oh, they're showing Interstellar 5555 in theaters. Like they're releasing it for one night for a special little Daft Punk event, and then after that there's like a little Daft Punk club night to go to with Daft Punk themed cocktails. I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. It's an AI upscale? Don't tell me that! No, don't tell me that! I'm deleting that from my brain! I'm deleting that from my brain. I'm deleting that from my brain. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I'm still excited. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I'm still excited. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear a damn thing. Nothing happened. Done, done, done. I want to live. I don't think Zoro would say that. I think Sanji would say that. I think Sanji would say that. Oh god. Poor guy. Sorry, I mean poor guy. Everything past X and Y is useless. Pah! Liar. Lola had some of the best Pokemon designs. I loved them. The super... What were they called? The Super Beasts, Mega Beasts, whatever they were weird though. They were strange. Alright, I'm done. I'm done diddly on for today. Alright. Will you see me tomorrow? Let's find out. What do I know? Do I know things? Let's find out. If you don't see... Let me get my box. Bah. Oh my god! That's not my box! Ah! Okay, there we go. Oh my god, I'm so little. Alright. If you don't see me tomorrow... Sorry. Sorry. If you do see me tomorrow, it'll be good to see ya. I'll do my best to get this video out either tomorrow or the day after. So, look, you'll know. We'll find out. Alright. Goodbye, everyone. Bye. Bye.